Deconstructing Rationality, Part 3. Let me begin by just reminding you that I do have a blog that I put a lot of effort into. I publish a lot of insights, and I share a lot of videos and content on the blog on a daily basis all the time. I've been doing it consistently for years. It's free. There's a link down below. Go check out my blog, follow it. And secondly, I want to apologize for not releasing this sooner. I was procrastinating a little bit on this topic because it's so substantial, and I want to get it right. But without further ado, let's jump into part 3. So we're not done with explaining all the ways that rationalism is wrong. Remember what rationalism is from part 1? All right, so keep that in mind. So what we're doing here is we're going down a list of technical reasons that rationalism is wrong. So let's get into that. The first reason of this part of this series is that rationalism lacks understanding of relativity. There's a profound lack of the depth of what relativity is. So there's multiple issues with this relativity topic because it goes so deep. The first one is that there's this problem that rationality is not a singular thing. As David Chapman would say it, quote, "There is no fixed criterion for rationality," end quote. So there are many different ways of being rational. There's a diversity, a relativity to reason, to how you use and apply your reason. And who's to say what the one true way is? See, this is the problem, is like highly rational people want to claim themselves, of course, out of self-bias, they want to claim themselves or their worldview or their perspective or their philosophy or their paradigm as being the rational one, right? But of course, it's them who's claiming that. How convenient. But how can we objectively say who's really the rational one? Because everyone thinks of himself as rational. Even irrational people think that way. So this is a deep epistemic problem that rationalists don't really contend with very seriously. They just assume that, well, there's just an objective reality and objective rationality out there which tracks this objective reality, and then that's just the way that it is. But it's more complicated than that. The application of rationality is itself very subjective. And there are deeper psychological forces at work than just looking at reality and seeing it the way that it is, objectively, so to speak. Two highly intelligent people, two highly educated people with PhDs who are scientists and rationalists can come to two very different worldviews and conclusions about reality. And both think of themselves as rational. So how do we determine what's going on here? Like, who's right? Rationality does not guarantee agreement. And if that's the case, then in what sense is it really objective? There actually cannot be just one rationalism. Rationalism must fragment into various rationalist tribes and systems that disagree with each other, and then adjudicating between them requires a meta-rationality, as David Chapman calls it. So rationalism struggles with multiple meanings, multiple perspectives, multiple interpretations, because these aren't just atomic facts found out there in the world. See, when you're making sense of reality, when you're doing sense making, because it's not just as simple as observing atomic scientific facts, you have to start to interpret the data and the results. You have to create perspectives. You have to construct narratives in your own mind. You have to assign meanings to things because nothing has meaning until you assign meaning to it. You have to assign value to things. For example, science. If you're a rationalist, then you hold science as valuable and meaningful and important. Perhaps the most important pursuit that mankind does. For example, more important than art, or more important and more meaningful than philosophy. See? But in what sense is that really objective? See, that's not a fact that you find out in the world that tells you that science is valuable. Now, a rationalist might say, well, Leo, but of course science is valuable because we're using it to create all this technology and it's helping us, to advance civilization. Right? But see, even that is a bias. Advancing civilization. Who tells you that that's meaningful and valuable? Who tells you that preserving mankind is even meaningful and valuable? Do you even understand how evil mankind is? The kind of evils that mankind does? You don't even know, because most of it is hidden underground. I share a lot of the evils of mankind, the corruptions of mankind on my blog. So go, if you want examples of what I'm talking about and what I mean, go check that out. It's some very dark stuff. So who's to say that mankind is even worth preserving? And I'm not saying it isn't, but I'm just, I'm putting it out there. This is food for thought. These are not atomic facts found in the world. Here are some examples of subjectivity, the subjectivity of rationality. I want you to start to think of who gets to say as what counts as rational and what counts as irrational. For example, is solipsism irrational? Who's to say? Just because you feel that it's irrational, does that make it so? What is there that's actually grounding your rationality in the sense of like, beyond just your opinion that solipsism is irrational, what actually makes it irrational? Contemplate that for yourself. How about no self? Is no self irrational? How about angels? Are angels existing, is that irrational? Is your birth being a hallucination, is that irrational? Is spirituality irrational? Is calling genocide evil? Is that rational? Is survival rational? In what sense is surviving rational? Is being stubbornly scientific rational? Is favoring your children over the children of others, is that rational? For example, you care about protecting your family, but you don't care about the children in Africa or the children getting abused in South America or wherever. Is that rational? Is having multiple personalities, is that irrational? And who's to say? Just because some psychologist says it's irrational, does that actually make it irrational? What makes it irrational? To have multiple personalities, to think that you're multiple people. And why is it rational to think that you're just one personality and one person? Why can't you have 10 personalities? What's wrong with that? Well, that's not scientific, you might say, but really? Where in science does it say that you must only have one personality? Is sexual attraction rational? But then see, your sexual attraction is so biased. It's so irrational in the way that it plays itself out. It's so emotions-based. And in what sense is reproducing rational? See, this is all stuff you have to question. And then, if you're a rationalist, you're going to have a problem because, when you're in your laboratory doing your science, you're very rational, but then you leave your laboratory and you go chasing girls at the bars and clubs and having your affairs and jerking off to porn and doing all this sorts of stuff and having your fetishes and all that. And that's all highly irrational. And then how do you integrate these two things? There's this rational part of you, and then there's this highly irrational part, animal part of you. But these are both integrated into the same mind, into the same organism, into the same psyche, right? And then see, the rationalist tells himself, well, Leo, this is not a problem. Sure, humans have our irrational elements too, our emotions, maybe our subconscious and all this kinds of stuff. But, at the end of the day, we just separate our laboratory work from, our fraternizing and our recreational activities, and there's no problem. But see, this is so myopic and short-sighted, and this is in fact a limitation of the entire rationalist worldview, is to think that you can make these kinds of separations and divisions in your understanding of reality, because you see, what you're doing at the laboratory, it is not distinct and separate from what you're doing when you're doing your sexual activities. These things are going to blend together in your own mind, and there's going to be conflicts and contradictions. And then your rationalist mind is going to have to ultimately make sense of everything as a unity, because it is a unity. Your entire life is a unity. And you can't just separate it into different things like, well, this is my work personality, and then this is my private personality when I'm, jerking off to weird porn on the internet, right? You can't really separate these things. And one of the limitations and problems with rationalism is that it thinks that you can. It thinks that you can get away with this. And it's right in the sense that, in a myopic sense, in the short term, you can get away with this. But ultimately, if you're trying to get very deep understandings of reality, what the scientific mind fails to understand and appreciate, the academic type of people, is that they think they can separate these things out and they can just do their academic work. And then this way they can understand reality. But if you're trying to understand ultimate reality, the kind of stuff that I teach, very deep stuff, the deeper you try to understand reality, the more every aspect of your psyche needs to be integrated together to give you a holistic understanding of the world and your own self, because these things, again, are not separate the way that rationalists assume. And then this starts to limit how deeply you can understand reality, because all these assumptions that you made starting off in academia, that you could separate the world into different departments and domains, and you could treat it in this technical manner, this comes back to bite you in the ass, and it creates invisible limits inside of your own mind that prevents you from ultimately reaching, mystical levels of cognition and understanding. These limits are invisible to you. That's the problem. The rationalist doesn't see these limits. And the point of this series is to start to point out these limits to the rationalist. Is atheism rational? That's a very interesting one. We'll go in an hour or two, we're going to get very deep into that question. Is chasing money and success rational? Is the corruption that goes on at Harvard, is that rational? See, Harvard has a very interesting situation, a very interesting sort of incoherence to it, because on the one hand, it's supposed to be this preeminent, prestigious, world-class institution of scientific reputation, right? Nobel Prize winners and research coming out of Harvard is supposed to be world-class, and everyone's just supposed to accept it and trust it and revere it. On the other hand, the entire institution is run in a very corrupt fashion for the benefit of elites, the rich and the wealthy and the powerful. Is Harvard really about science, or is Harvard about accumulating and distributing power? And you better believe that corrupts the scientific process. Is materialism, reductionism, pragmatism, is that rational? Is doing unholistic, narrow medical research, is that rational? Is believing somebody like Bob Lazar, is that rational? Is believing scientific method, is that rational? Is believing scientific consensus rational? Is closed-mindedness rational? Is judging others as crackpots rational? Because, scientists in these universities, they receive theories from all sorts of people unsolicited. And then most of these people they dismiss as crackpots. So is that rational, that whole process of dismissing people who sent you their theories? All right, so it's very not obvious what is and isn't rational here. And you're going to have very intelligent people disagreeing. You can take two professors at Harvard and give them this list of rational, irrational topics that I just rattled off, and they're going to disagree on which of these things are rational and which are irrational, because there's no fixed objective criteria for what rational even means. The next point here is that meaning is not a simple objective thing. Meaning is relativistic, it's subjective, there's a multiplicity of meanings. For example, AI, this new AI technology, what does AI mean for mankind, for the future of mankind? Where is it heading? How are we going to apply it in healthy or in toxic ways? What is the meaning of AI in a certain sense, right? You don't find that meaning out in the scientific facts of the world. That's something that you have to generate yourself through your own sense making. And who's to say which of those meanings is going to be the rational one, which one's going to be the irrational one? For example, is it rational to believe that AI is going to develop sentience and take over the world and destroy mankind? Is that rational? To be these AI doomer type of people. It's funny because on the one hand, these AI doomers, the Eliezer Yudkowsky type of people, the less wrong community type of people, they go out there and they fearmonger about AI, just killing mankind. They write books about this stuff in a very rational way. But then when I see them actually arguing in their interviews, you can, Google some interviews on YouTube, Find some interviews of Yudkowsky, arguing and debating this kind of stuff. He argues in a very irrational way. The doomerism is very irrational in a certain sense. And there some of the arguments they make that AI is going to kill mankind are very silly. They're just very silly, cartoonish, childish arguments. On the other hand, this man's entire life has been dedicated to developing a philosophy of rationality. Because, supposedly the problem with previous ways of looking at the world is that they're too irrational. And then these people fall into doomerism. So it's very interesting how that works. And these sorts of contradictions are exactly the problem when you turn, rationality into a kind of worldview, which is what we're defining rationalism as. And humans need this kind of meaning to operate, right? You can't operate and survive without meaning. And there's various qualities to meaning. And rationalism, ideally, it would want to eliminate meaning altogether because it wants to sort of be as factual and objective as possible. On the other hand, you can't eliminate meaning from science and from survival. Science requires meaning. Because the organism and the psyche that is doing the science, it needs meaning to survive. And you can't just do science in this kind of abstracted, detached way where it's like, yeah, Leo, of course I'm an organism that needs to survive, but then science is this sort of like platonic pursuit that we do in a laboratory, independent of my psyche. You can't make that division because ultimately your psyche is your sense-making, and your science is part of your sense-making and how you make sense of yourself, and even the idea that I am a psyche that is separate from the world, that is separate from science, and so for all these kind of ideas, this is part of your sense-making, you see, and it affects your science. And then it affects how you're able to understand the world in deeper ways. Rationalism is problematic in that it doesn't understand the relativity of scientific method, of things like proof and evidence. This notion that proof is just a subjective thing or evidence is just a subjective thing, that's not true because different people need different degrees of proof, different kinds of evidence. For one scientist, this amount of evidence might be enough to convince him of some theory, and for some other scientist, it's not enough. Who's right and who's wrong? For somebody, this is a sufficient proof of something, and then for somebody else, that's not a sufficient proof. And this can't just be explained that one of them is stupid and one of them is smart. This overlooks the relativity of the situation. See, rationalism wants to say that there is an objective reality and that it just is a certain way. But reality is actually a field of consciousness. And reality is however consciousness imagines itself to be. This introduces a constructive, what we might say a construct-dependent aspect to reality. It introduces a relativity, the relativity of consciousness, which is fundamentally missed, not understood, not appreciated, and arrogantly denied by rationalists. Rationalism also misses extreme multi-perspectivalism. Rationalism is incapable of making sense of all the different perspectives that are possible on reality because it assumes itself to be objective, not seeing itself as just a perspective amongst hundreds of other possible perspectives. Before you can tell whether a worldview or a perspective is true or false, you first have to understand it faithfully. And rationalists struggle with this because in order to truly understand, for example, the perspective of a religious fundamentalist, you have to step outside of your rationalist paradigm and enter into the fundamentalist paradigm and see the world from that perspective. And so a rationalist is going to struggle to do that because the rationalist is so locked in that he's too busy judging the fundamentalist perspective. And the rationalist doesn't even understand, Leo, why would I need to do this? Why is this important? After all, fundamentalism is inferior to rationality, so why would I need to be able to drop my rationality and enter into a fundamentalist perspective? Again, in a myopic sense, superficially, that seems like in a short time horizon, it's not important. But in a long time horizon, when we're talking about an entire lifespan, your entire lifespan, and making sense of the entire universe, it becomes the lethal issue for rationalism. Because in order to get a deep understanding of reality, you need to go beyond just the scientific paradigm. You need to actually be able to enter into completely different perspectives and paradigms that are not scientific. And you need to be able to see reality from those points of view. And that is something that scientists are not taught how to do. And their paradigm is just not equipped for it. For example, someone tells a scientist that he's had a mystical experience of ultimate reality. As a rationalist, how does that scientist fairly evaluate the truth of that claim? Most likely they're going to dismiss it because it doesn't fit their paradigm. See? But to be truly objective, you need to actually consider seriously other perspectives that are radically different from yours, different paradigms, right? You can't just judge them from your paradigm. You have to leave your paradigm and inhabit other paradigms. And this process of dropping your paradigm and entering other paradigms, this is not just objective facts. This is not just science. This is not standard scientific method that you're taught as an academic. See, the problem with rationalism is that rationalism wants to put the cart before the horse and to judge alternative paradigms and perspectives without giving them a fair chance, without first understanding them deeply. For example, a Buddhist might tell you about enlightenment. And as a rationalist, you might listen to that and you might say, in this enlightenment stuff, this kind of Zen talk, this kind of koan stuff, where you're talking in contradictions and you're not really saying very much because you're not defining what enlightenment is because it can't really be defined and it can't really be written down, it can't be spoken and it can't be formalized and it can't be quantified, right? To a scientific person, it's like, well, it's just a bunch of like word salad and a bunch of like confusing philosophy and it doesn't really mean very much. And therefore, it's beneath science. It's this kind of attitude. But that's because the scientist didn't actually take the time to do the work that is necessary to even have an enlightenment, to understand what the hell is even being talked about by a Zen Buddhist, for example. And they're just assuming that, well, if you have an enlightenment, that says nothing to, sure, like Leo, you could have an enlightenment, a Zen Buddhist kind of classical enlightenment, but then what does that have to do with science? It has no bearing on science, right? Or does it? See, how do you know that? A rationalist just assumes that. The rationalist mind is not flexible enough. It's not imaginative enough to see that an enlightenment could change your attitude and perception of reality so significantly that it completely defies and transcends the entire rationalist worldview, the entire rationalist way of thinking about the world. It's not even conceivable from this paradigm of rationality. You can't even conceive what enlightenment is. Does mysticism automatically make someone irrational? How do you know without question begging? That's the epistemic problem here. So rationalism is not multi-perspectival enough. A rationalist cannot understand the mind of a romantic, of a woman, of a psychopath, of an artist, of a schizophrenic, of a mystic, of an animal, of an alien, of a child, of a terrorist, of a fundamentalist, of a spiral dynamic stage purple person. This is not theoretical, right? To understand these different worldviews, you can't understand them while you're stuck in rationalism. You can study them from a sort of in a sort of a sociological way, but that doesn't mean you actually truly understand. And that's why, for example, a lot of highly rational people, these autistic sort of people, They tend to be. They struggle understanding women. They struggle relating to women and dealing with women. Why? Because to understand the mind of a woman, she's not operating in the rationalist paradigm. It's a completely different kind of psyche and a completely different relationship to reality that has its own kind of intelligence to it and also certain stupidity to it as well. But the rationalist paradigm also has a certain intelligence to it and a certain stupidity to it as well. And so one of the stupidities of the rationalist paradigm is that it can't deal with the fuzzy, chaotic, emotional stuff, which is what the feminine psyche is really adept at, and also gets lost in and trapped in, of course. See, you can get lost and trapped in emotions, but then what the rationalist doesn't understand, what the male psyche struggles to understand, the autistic psyche, is that you can also easily just as much get trapped in your rationality. You can start to rationalize all sorts of things, and that's exactly what people at the spiral dynamic stage orange level of cognitive development do. Is they end up using their rationality to rationalize all sorts of limitations, biases, human ways of looking at the world, and then treating that as objective and scientific. For example, you get into this sort of like evolutionary psychology, sort of like this evo-psych, evolutionary psychology sort of lens, where you start to look at everything through the lens of evolution, right? And you start to look at sex through the lens of evolution. And it's like you start to develop these narratives and theories about women, women are always cheating and, they're always looking for a better man and hypergamy and all this sorts of stuff because you're looking at it from that evo-psych lens. And that's the only way that you start to see women. Because, everything, it's all about evolution, right? But that's just one paradigm. That's just one lens of how to look at women or how to look at other things and how to look at yourself. And, like terrorism, for example, might seem irrational to you. Is it irrational? To really understand the mind of a terrorist. So a lot of what my work is about and how it differs from just science and normal academia is that I really enter into these different perspectives and I start to look at the world through these different, this is what I call multi-perspectivalism. Take on multiple different perspectives. And then you're not looking at a perspective through your perspective, but you step outside of your perspective and then you take on these different perspectives. And this is where really interesting kinds of sense-making starts to occur beyond science. And this is not kind of stuff that you can quantify. This is not the kind of stuff that you can measure. This is not the kind of stuff that you can do a laboratory experiment on, right? You can't do a laboratory experiment that explains to you the psyche of a woman or the psyche of a terrorist. You can't quantify that. Rationalism, because of this, rationalism tends to fail miserably when applied to social domains and more complex, chaotic, higher order phenomena. For example, trying to understand human behavior, social systems, politics, economics, the soft sciences, the arts, women, the feminine, dating, emotions, gender issues, religion, spirituality, mysticism, psychedelics, the occult, the paranormal. Rationalism struggles with all these domains, and it tends to be very dismissive and arrogant towards these domains, and to say that, that's kind of like the woo stuff. It's not really scientific. It's not really objective. And then these kind of rationalist people end up doing poor sense-making in these domains. But these domains are actually the domains in which we live, right? We live more in the human social domain than we do in the scientific domain in your laboratory. Your own psyche is not this scientific laboratory thing. It's itself this chaotic system, right? Even if you're the most autistic, objective, logical human, your psyche itself is not that. Your psyche doesn't operate that way. You as a self are not that. That's the fundamental contradiction of rationalism, is that the rationalist wants to treat the world so rationally and logically, but then he himself, the psychological self, doesn't operate that way. Your rationalizations, your delusions, your beliefs about yourself and about the world, your biases, your sexual preferences and kinks and fetishes, your fears, your judgments of other people, your judgments of other worldviews and perspectives. None of this is rational or logical in a kind of a scientific sense. Rationalism cannot account for mental illness, insanity, psychedelic states, mystical states, trans-sane states of consciousness, all of which are real. Consciousness is capable of all of those states. And therefore, rationalism ends up strawmanning religion, mysticism, the New Age, the woo, and the paranormal due to this lack of perspective and this kind of paradigmatic arrogance that it has. Right? There's this arrogance that science is supposed to be the ultimate frame in which all of this other stuff is framed. And see, that is the issue, because the question is, what is the ultimate frame for everything? The rationalist wants to say that it's science and it's just rationality and it's just objectivity and objective facts. And that turns out to be false. Science cannot be the ultimate frame because there isn't a frame. There isn't an ultimate frame. Reality is infinite. Consciousness is infinite. You can't frame it. Any attempt to frame it turns into contradiction ultimately in the long run, turns into contradiction, turns into denial of reality, turns into falsehood and self-deception. So rationalism is a perspective that blocks out other perspectives, and it turns into a closed-mindedness. And this closed-mindedness is not intelligent and it's not truthful. And that's the problem, is that rationalism limits your intelligence. And you can't predict ahead of time what is and isn't rational. For example, is God rational? A lot of rationalists will jump to the conclusion and say, no, it's irrational because God is just a belief in some, mythological thing, and there's no mythological things. There can't be any because it's unscientific, and therefore it's irrational. But see, what does that assume? That assumes so much. That assumes that you understand what God is. See, you think God is a belief. But what if that's not what God is? You think God is a mystical being, but what if that's not what God is? Now the rationalists will say, but Leo, that is what the religious people say God is. Well, first of all, again, a lot of these rationalists, they don't even understand what religion is, right? They strawman religion because they haven't even taken the time to study religion. First of all, if you studied religion, you'd realize there's a lot of different religions and there's a lot of different qualities of religious scriptures and teachings and knowledge, so to speak, out there. There's sort of childish formulations of religion, and then there's very serious, deep formulations of religion. And so a lot of what the rationalists do is they just argue with the childish, cartoonish versions of religion. The kind of silly, God is a bearded man in the clouds version of God. If you're arguing against that, then yeah, that doesn't exist. And believing in that is irrational. And so in that sense, you're right. But then see, you think you're done. You think you've defeated religion by doing that. You've defeated God, but you haven't, because you need to go deeper and you need to actually look at the serious renditions of God. What is this, what do the serious people say God is? See, many rationalists and scientists couldn't even tell you. They couldn't even articulate the position of a serious religious person. And that's the problem, because they haven't actually taken the time to study it, right? In order to study it, to take that time, it would take you years to study it. And to take that time would require you to actually get serious about it and to not be so dismissive and arrogant in this kind of Richard Dawkins sense, right? See, Richard Dawkins doesn't actually understand what he's arguing against. He's arguing against a straw man version of God and religion. The cartoonish, silly, stupid, evangelical fundamentalist version of it. He's never actually read serious mystical texts that explain what God is. He doesn't even understand, right? If you ask Richard Dawkins, what is God? He couldn't give you a proper definition of it. I'm not even saying whether he believes it or not. Before you even get to the question of should we believe it or not believe it, or is it scientific or unscientific, first you have to understand what's even being talked about. Right? He doesn't even understand what God is, what God is as an idea. He doesn't even understand it as an idea. And then he's already dead set against it and arguing against it. Before you get into argument mode, you first have to understand what the hell is going on. And that's what a lot of these rationalists like to do, is they like to argue. They like to argue against anything that doesn't fit within their rational frame, the scientific frame. Not even understanding that there can be silly, stupid, irrational things that don't deserve to be considered. And then there's stuff that's beyond the frame that is even more real than anything in the frame. And it's that stuff that's being missed, which is why we're talking about all this. For example, is telepathy rational? Most rationalists would say no, telepathy is impossible. But see, there are many ways telepathy could be possible. The amount of stuff that we don't yet understand about the universe is enormous. Enormous. We understand less than 1% of the universe. And yet these rationalists, they believe so strongly that things like telepathy are impossible. Just because you don't have a mechanism for it yet doesn't mean that it's impossible. Is hallucination rational? So my point here is that you start to look at these questions of, what's rational, what's irrational, and you start to quickly see that many of the things that initially seem irrational, later on, if you do a deeper investigation into how these things might work, and you open your mind a little bit more, and you just go beyond the superficial cartoon straw man versions of these perspectives and positions, then you discover that they actually are compatible with rationality. Notice that anything that doesn't fit your paradigm, your worldview, will seem irrational to you, but that doesn't mean that it is irrational. It could just be that you fail to properly understand the alternative position or perspective. See, if you misunderstand what God is in your own mind, then yeah, it'll seem irrational to you, of course. But if you understand it properly, then it's perfectly rational all of a sudden, you see? And then, so the question then becomes, how do I know that I actually understood the thing that I'm so opposed to or arguing against? For example, if I tell you that everything is love, if I tell you that all the evil things in the world are actually love, including murder and child abuse and genocide and torture and all these things. See, at first it seems like, oh my God, that's so unscientific and irrational. See, but that's just your initial gut reaction. Notice that gut reaction that you have, that's not scientific. You didn't do any research on this. You didn't quantify anything here. It's just a gut reaction you have. It's just some sort of allergy you have, oh, that doesn't sound right. So ironically, the rationalist is using these kind of gut reactions all the time to judge things that he's being told. A lot of the things that I teach through actualize.org videos, a rationalist can listen to them, and if he just listens to it kind of casually and he doesn't, deeply study my entire body of work, which is admittedly, it requires hundreds of hours and most people don't have that time. So, it's hard to blame people for that. But on the other hand, look at it. If you truly want to understand reality very deeply, then you have to be prepared to invest hundreds of hours, thousands of hours trying to understand, deep things that are being said. I'm trying to communicate certain perspectives and paradigms and worldviews that are very unorthodox, that are not conventional, that are not understood by most people. And so therefore that requires a certain patience and a certain open-mindedness so that you can just sit through 10, 20 hours of just me talking to you about weird, seemingly crazy stuff. You have to have enough open-mindedness and patience to sit through that to the point where you even start to understand what I'm pointing to, right? If you just watch me for 1 hour, you won't even understand what I'm talking about. And then you're going to hear me say the word God, or you're going to hear me say the word telepathy, or you're going to hear me say the word paranormal or something like that, or you're going to hear me say something like, everything is love. And then as soon as you hear that, the rationalist hears that, he's going to say, oh, well, this is some sort of like stupid new age guy who's spreading woo-woo nonsense, right? Very unscientific guy. And then just clicks off and goes and watches science videos. See, if that's your attitude, then you're never going to be able to understand reality. It's a completely unserious attitude towards the problem of understanding reality. You have to contend with how deep reality is, how serious it is, how complex it is. We're talking about, we're not talking about cartoon things here. We're talking about things that require dozens of hours just to understand conceptually what is being pointed to. Never mind doing the actual work to verify it for yourself. So in practice, what happens with these rationalist people is that they're not even open-minded enough just to read the books that are available on these topics that would help them to understand reality beyond the scientific rationalist stage of cognitive development. For example, on my book list, I have hundreds of books. I have probably close to 100 books that explain all of this spiritual woo stuff, that explain it in very rational ways, serious ways. But how many people will even go and read those books? Very few. Very few. Because that requires a serious attitude. It requires a pretty radically open mind. And then it requires investment. It's going to take you thousands of hours to read those books. But the rationalist already thinks he knows that science is the ultimate frame. He doesn't want to hear anything about anything beyond the scientific frame. That's the problem we're dealing with here. Rationalism underestimates sociology. That's the next problem. It grossly overlooks the power of culture and groupthink to skew how rationality is applied. See, the rationalist wants to treat rationality as something that's just objective and sort of like detached from human culture and conformity, and that like it's above culture. And it doesn't matter what the culture is. It doesn't matter where you were born. It doesn't matter what country you grew up in. It doesn't matter what era you're living in. Rationality is just rationality. And my claim is that no, most of what humans and the rationalists think and call rationality is actually cultural content. Beliefs, assumptions, ideas that are part of your culture, part of your era that you grew up in, that are very local, that are very temporary in geological time. And that they're not really essential to what rationality is. And these things get confused. And so the rationalist doesn't understand how much cultural forces determine his own mind and what his mind considers reasonable and unreasonable. Your ideas of what's reasonable, what's rational, what's irrational, what's true, what's false, what's scientific, what's unscientific, what's science, what's pseudoscience, all of these ideas, I'm claiming, are 99% culture. That's a very big problem. This goes so deep that even, I'm going to claim that the only reason you're a rationalist at all is cultural. That's the only reason. If you were born in a tribe in Africa, you would not be a rationalist. And to the rationalist, that might seem like, well, yeah, Leo, sure, of course. If I was born in some deluded, cult, then I would not be a rationalist. Yeah, but you're not appreciating how serious that is. Because see, you're still in the position that rationalism is the true objective way of looking at the world. And, the cult or the African tribe, something like that, that is, that's nonsense. That's how you're looking at it. But again, see, this is an example of the lack of multi-perspectivalism here. I want you to really understand that the only reason you are rational is because you were born in a certain part of the world, at a certain point in human civilization, in a certain culture and in a certain educational structure, and you went through this educational system and you went to university and you studied STEM and you maybe got a PhD and you did all of that out of conformity and for no other reason. I'm saying that you got your PhD because you're conformist and because you're unable to think independently. That's why you got your PhD. That's why you're at Harvard. That's the only reason you're there. See, this goes so deep. And this will be very painful for you to admit to yourself that that's the only reason why you're a rational person. Why does this matter? Because the entire culture, the university STEM field culture that you're a part of, the science community that you're a part of, all of this is mired in a profound cultural conformity and groupthink, which tells you what is rational and what is irrational, which has nothing to do with what is actually rational and irrational. And you're confusing these things. And you're using this cultural baggage to judge certain things that I say or other people say, advanced mystical truths, and dismiss them, and to be closed-minded to them. So the rationalist does not understand how profoundly mired in culture his own psyche is. The rationalist thinks that because what he's doing is objective and scientific, that is beyond culture, it's above culture, and that culture, yeah, Leo, of course, there's sociological, of course, Leo, any scientist will admit, any good scientist should admit that there are sociological forces within science, and yeah, there's some corruption here and there, and there's, and sometimes we get peer pressured into this, believing this way of looking at the world, or this theory, or that, bad scientific study. But Leo, overall, science is the subjective pursuit of truth. No. You've got this entire thing backwards. Science is predominantly culture and groupthink and conformity, and then there's a little bit of truth sprinkled in there. Rationalists underestimate how deep these forces go, these cultural, sociological forces. And they think that they're above these forces. They think they transcended these forces when actually they are totally immersed in them to the point where they don't even understand these forces yet. So rationalism is unwittingly mired in this cultural conformity. Rationalism confuses human bias with rationality. Your notion of reasonableness is infested with human bias. And since you can't define what rationality is, and you're just using your intuitions of reasonableness, remember we talked about that in part 1 and part 2, is that since nobody can define what rationality is, we're just using our vague notion of reasonableness. And this notion of reasonableness is just culture. That's what it is. It's what you're used to. It's what your culture tells you is reasonable. Like, your culture tells you that quantum mechanics is reasonable, and it tells you that telepathy is unreasonable, and you just buy that, and you accept that. Rationalism is co-opted and undermined by normalcy bias, what I call normalcy bias. So what this means is that what you consider rational is just what current human culture considers normal and reasonable. When you were born, your psyche didn't actually have a baseline or a ground for what was normal, because you were born into total ignorance, so you don't know what is normal and what's not normal. So if you are born into Nazi Germany, you're going to think that's normal. If you're born into an African tribe that practices voodoo, you're going to think that's perfectly normal and reasonable. And if you're born to, Harvard parents, and then they get you admitted to Harvard through their, special connections because they're alumni and so forth, you're going to think that that's normal. And that culture of Harvard, the Harvard culture, you're going to think that that's normal and reasonable and good. Nobody appreciates how significantly the psyche is shaped just by the environment that it's born into. That sets the sort of baseline of what you consider to be normal. And if you were born into a fundamentalist Muslim family in the Middle East, in the Sudan, you would think that terrorism is normal. You would think that suicide on behalf of Muhammad is normal. That would be reasonable to you. That's how powerful this bias is. That's how powerful culture is. And you would find a way to square that with science as well. Because there are many very educated scientists in the Middle East who are also, devout Muslims as well. And they find a way to square that and to make that work in their psyche. Many terrorists are actually well-educated people with bachelor's degrees, master's degrees, even PhDs in science, in technical fields. And yet they still become terrorists. And, they're still very faithful in Islam. How is that possible? Because what's normal and what's reasonable is just wherever you were born, what your culture around you is. They don't know anything else. That's the culture in the Middle East, in certain parts. And likewise, that same kind of cultural, potency, it's a different culture, but it's equally potent, is what you get at Harvard or what you get at, American universities with science, with scientific education. And so a lot of what you consider to be rational and reasonable is very influenced by survival and by human bias, the biases of human civilization. So in practice, irrational just ends up meaning that it doesn't make sense within your paradigm, but that doesn't make it false, you see. How do you know, for example, that rationalism and atheism aren't just passing intellectual fads of your culture and your era? What if 100 years from now, 500 years from now, there won't be any atheism, there won't be any rationalism, because that was just a little fad, right? You're alive in such a small slice of time in civilizational time, if we're talking, not even geological time, just let's talk about the time span of human civilization. You're alive during such a small sliver that you don't even see the possibility in perspectives and paradigms that are possible if you look at all the different paradigms. Look at the ancient Egyptians, look at the Romans and the ancient Greeks and their sort of view of the world. Look at the medieval people. Look at the people in the scientific revolution. They were all Christians, devout Christians. Newton, Leibniz, Descartes, all these, people who started science. They were all Christians. They had a very different worldview from today's rationalists and atheists. They were not like Richard Dawkins type of people. And so just, and then you look at the worldview of tribal people in Africa or in South America. Look at the worldview of fundamentalist Muslims. So many different worldviews and perspectives. And none of them can be understood just through science alone, because science itself is just one of those worldviews, limited to today's time, right? This atheist Richard Dawkins sort of view of the world, this Eliezer Yudkowsky view of the world, this Sam Harris view of the world, what's so ironic about it and so cartoonishly stupid is just how blind it is to the fact that it's just one perspective. It's a very narrow perspective, very time-bound, very much a product of the 20th century and the 21st century. That's all that it is. And yet it treats itself as this objective thing, as this facts. Facts don't care about your feelings. All that I'm doing is I'm just talking facts, is the sort of Richard Dawkins defense of his worldview. It doesn't see itself as a worldview. It sees itself as just facts. That's the lethal mistake of it. So what I'm telling you is that rationalism is a higher, more sophisticated form of groupthink than the groupthink that came before. The groupthink that was there in the Egyptian times and in the medieval times and in the fundamentalist Christian times of 100 years ago. That rationalism is just like one of those kinds of groupthinks. It's just more sophisticated. And the problem is that it doesn't see itself that way. It doesn't have enough self-reflective ability to see that about itself. And to see that about itself is not a scientific fact. It's a meta-scientific sense-making and introspective capacity that is not being exercised by people who subscribe to this paradigm. Here's a list of examples that are seemingly irrational and unscientific, but which are actually rational. See, ultimately you might be wondering, like, Leo, this is all very abstract and philosophical, but like, what's the practical implications of what you're talking about? So I'm going to tell you a few things here that are very radical and outlandish, but which are true, which the rationalist paradigm does not comprehend and can't understand. So, first of all, the walls of your house are imaginary. The reason that you can't walk through a brick wall is because your mind is imagining that it's solid. The solidity of the wall is something that is imagined by consciousness. And if you knew how to unimagine it, you would be able to walk through a brick wall. That's what I'm claiming. Now, see, when I say that to a rationalist or a scientific person, that sounds like, whoa, Leo, that's so woo. That's so crazy. That's so irrational. Is it? What's irrational about it? See, first of all, you'd have to take what I said very seriously first. Because first, what your mind is going to do is going to play a trick on you, is going to create a straw man version of it. And you're going to say, your mind is going to say something, well, Leo, if that's true, why don't you just go walk through a wall for us and record it and then post it on video? But see, I never said that I could do it. That wasn't my claim. My claim was that if you could unimagine it, then you could walk through a wall. I'm not claiming that I can do that. I'm just explaining to you that the walls of your house are imaginary. They are, in fact, imaginary. This is a fact. There's nothing irrational about this. It's just that your current paradigm, if you're a scientific person, does not know how to accommodate what I said. And so to you, it seems irrational and it seems unscientific. There's nothing unscientific that I just said. It's perfectly scientific. It aligns with all the laws of physics. It aligns with all of science. There's no contradictions at all. Here's another example. If you become conscious enough, you can have an intelligent conversation with your couch. That's true. You can have an intelligent conversation with your couch, and your couch can talk to you. See, again, the Richard Dawkins type of person hears that and says, oh my God, what kind of nonsense is this? This person is so irrational, so unscientific. No, I didn't say anything unscientific or irrational. You can, in fact, have an intelligent conversation with your couch, assuming a certain state of consciousness. Just because you haven't had that conversation yet doesn't mean that it's not possible or that it's unscientific. There's nothing unscientific about that. But see, Richard Dawkins' paradigm cannot accommodate or explain the possibility of an intelligent couch that can talk to you. How is that possible? Well, if you're at a low state of consciousness, then your couch can't talk to you because the ability of couches to talk is limited by your consciousness. When you reach higher levels of consciousness, your mind opens up, consciousness opens up, and all of a sudden a talking couch becomes very possible. Is that irrational? Not at all. It's perfectly rational. This is how consciousness works. How can this be possible? Well, see, in the scientific view, you think that objects like couches and chairs and trees and people and dogs, that these are just fixed static objects that just exist out there. A couch is just a couch in your view. But that's not what a couch is. A couch is just a figment of consciousness within an infinite field of consciousness. If this field of consciousness wants to imagine that this aspect of itself can't talk and is stupid and is not sentient and is not alive, it's just a couch or a rock or a tree. Well, a tree is alive, but an inanimate object. If consciousness wants to imagine an inanimate object, that's what it's imagining. It's imagining an inanimate object, which in this case is your couch. But then that's a certain state of consciousness. Once you loosen that consciousness and it becomes more expansive, then all the inanimate objects can take on because what happens is that consciousness blends. There is no boundary between you and your couch, between your couch and your chair, between the chair and the floor, right? Rationalism assumes all these distinctions, but consciousness means that these morph and blend, and so your couch can blend into your chair, and then your chair can blend into your floor, and your floor can blend into you, and you can become your floor at a certain high enough level of consciousness. And see, the materialist assumes that like there's a brain, a physical object called the brain that has intelligence because it has neurons moving around. And then the couch doesn't have a brain, and intelligence comes from the brain and consciousness comes from the brain. Therefore, the couch can't have consciousness and the couch can't have intelligence. Therefore, what Leo's saying is ridiculous, unscientific, irrational nonsense. But when you realize that your intelligence is not coming from a brain and it's not coming from neurons, it's coming from a field of infinite consciousness, when you realize that the entire cosmos is intelligent, then you realize that there's no contradiction in a couch having intelligence, because intelligence is part of the entire field. The entire fabric of space-time is intelligent. It just happens to be localized right now inside of a human head, so to speak. But that can change. As consciousness changes, that can change, and it can relocalize into a couch, allowing you to have a conversation with your couch. Is that crazy? No. It's just something that's beyond what is normal for you. It's beyond what your culture has told you is rational and normal and scientific. And you are so mired in your culture that it's going to be difficult for you even to just hear what I'm communicating, because what I'm communicating to you is so beyond culture that this is beyond the possibility space of your paradigm. I'll give you another example. Human beings don't understand what time is. Time is a very profound thing. Time is imaginary. But when I say time is imaginary, I'm not saying what you think I'm saying. I'm not saying that the concept of time is imaginary. Like, right now it's 12 o'clock, March, what is it today? 27th or something when I'm recording this. 2026 in the 21st century. Yeah, of course, every scientist understands that that's imaginary, right? We're imagining these numbers. We're imagining the day that it is. It's Friday. I'm recording this on a Friday. Right now it's Friday for me, but for some of you it's a Saturday because, you're in a different part of the world. So obviously, it's noon for me, but it's midnight for you. Depends on where you are. Obviously, that's relative and imaginary, right? Like the actual numbers of time. That's not what I mean by time being imaginary. Here's what I mean. I mean that right now, you are sitting in the 21st century, so to speak, right? We're calling it that. What I'm claiming is that right now, if your consciousness expanded and you started to imagine that you were living in ancient Egypt and you started to imagine it deeper and deeper and deeper, you would cease to exist in the 21st century and you would time travel to ancient Egypt and you would exist in ancient Egypt. That's what time is. You are literally imagining the entire 21st century. Time isn't just a number. Time isn't just a place in a timeline. Time is actually interwoven with the very structure of reality and existence. Space. Your place in space. Where you are. The reason that you are in the 21st century, in wherever room you're in, whatever place, whatever country, whatever part of the world, the reason you're there is because you're imagining that. And you could be imagining something else. Now, see, again, I say that, and then some scientists listening to me will say, well, Leo, that's insane. That's crazy. That's woo stuff. You can't time travel. You can't go back to ancient Egypt. Leo, prove this scientifically. Again, you have to be very careful in just understanding what I communicated. It'll take you a long time just to understand what I said, conceptually. Never mind to actually verify it for yourself, the truth of it. See, not a single scientist or academic or PhD has any idea what time is. They've never understood it. All they have are cultural ideas. Even Einstein's ideas of what time is, all of that doesn't even touch what time actually is. None of it touches it. And what I'm saying is so advanced that I would need to teach you an entire course just for you to understand what time is. And the problem is that your mind is already arguing with me, trying to debunk me, using all of the Richard Dawkins sorts of arguments, all the rationalist talking points. See? Your mind is not even open enough to understand what I'm saying. And yet what I'm saying is true. How can that be? Well, that's the degree to which you're brainwashed by your culture. That's the degree to which you're biased. That's the degree to which you're locked in a paradigm. That's the degree to which you're taking for granted mankind's understanding of reality. See, the problem is that as a scientist, you think you've got reality figured out for the most part. You really do. You have no idea how little science knows about consciousness and how it works. Here's another example. And look, a warning here. I'm going to say something dangerous, so I'm not suggesting that you do what I say here. But also, I want to share with you just how serious that these things are. Right? I'm talking about very serious things. So warning, don't do this. I'm not suggesting you do this in any way. But here's my claim. This is a scientific claim. If you shoot yourself in the head, you will still exist. Don't do it. But if you shoot yourself in the head, you will still exist. What? How is that possible? See, it seems crazy at first. But that's only because you're looking at it from the materialist point of view, from a materialist paradigm. How would you need to change your paradigm and your view of reality such that it can accommodate the fact that shooting yourself in the head doesn't actually kill you, doesn't end your existence? Well, see, whether you still exist or not very much depends on what you identify as. If what you think you are is a physical object, then it doesn't make sense that shooting yourself in the head allows you to maintain existing. But maybe you're not a physical object. Maybe consciousness doesn't come from a brain. Maybe you're not a brain. Maybe you're not a living organism. See? But this requires radically changing your paradigm, which you don't want to do Because you're attached to being the self that you think you are. See? And then it's very tricky because, like, how do you scientifically prove that? You see? Because your science is actually tied in with your life. For you to do science, you need to be alive as a human self. Now, if you shoot yourself in the head, you're not going to be a human self anymore. That doesn't mean you cease to exist. You just cease to exist as a human self, which means that science flies out the window. See, shooting yourself in the head will kill science, but it won't kill you. The problem is that the scientists don't understand that. Is what I said irrational? No, it's perfectly rational. You just need to have the right paradigm. See, if you go back 500 years and you tell people that the Earth is flying around the sun at the speed of hundreds of thousands, millions of miles per second or minute, whatever it is, I don't remember the exact numbers. It's pretty fast. They would think you're insane. Because they would look around and say, what are you talking about? The Earth is perfectly still. We're not flying around anything. Fast forward 500 years, today we teach children that the Earth is flying around the sun at some crazy speed. Have the children verified it? No. Is the Earth actually flying around the sun at a crazy speed? You actually don't know. You've never measured it. You're just believing some guy who told you. You don't actually know. Maybe the Earth is not moving at all. Maybe everything around the Earth is moving. Maybe the whole universe is orbiting around the Earth, and the Earth is perfectly still. See, how you look at it depends on what your culture told you is normal, reasonable, and correct. What's more reasonable, that the Earth is orbiting at some crazy velocity around the sun, or that the entire, solar system is orbiting around the Earth? What's more reasonable? Well, it depends on what your culture told you is normal and reasonable. Your mind literally does not have a baseline for what is reasonable. That's what you're missing. That's what the rationalist is missing. This is where the profound relativity of things comes into play. Here's another example. I tell you reality is love. A scientist hears that and he says, well, that's not scientific. You can't measure it. How do you prove it? It's not objective. It's not rational. It's not rational for reality to be love. Is it actually irrational? No, not if you actually understand what I'm saying. See, what I'm saying is something very deep. If you think that what I mean by love is your emotion of love that you experience when you're horny or something like that, if that's what you think I mean, then yeah, it's irrational. It doesn't make sense. But if you study deeper what I'm saying, if you take the time to study some of my work about love, then it'll be very rational to you. So you see how the mind plays tricks on you with this rationality business. The problem is that you hear something that your ego doesn't like, and your ego automatically labels it as irrational. This is the oldest trick in the book for the ego. This is so easy for the ego to do. And you see scientific egos doing this all the time. Richard Dawkins, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Lawrence Krauss, Sam Harris, these kinds of people. They're doing this kind of thing all the time. And yet they want to claim themselves to be these paragons of rationality and objectivity and facts over feelings. Rationalism is so rigid that it doesn't have enough intelligence to imagine how these things can be rational, and so it dismisses them as irrational. So a lot of what irrationality is just the mind's lack of imagination. Because your mind has to imagine an alternative perspective in a reasonable way, right? If I tell you the Earth is moving at a ridiculous velocity around the sun, and your mind imagines that as some in a stupid, silly way, Like, oh, Leo, so what are you saying? Are there rockets attached to the Earth that are moving it around the sun? That's irrational. Yeah, because you invented this silly, stupid idea of rockets being attached to the Earth, but that's not what was said. Then you say, well, Leo, but then how can the Earth be orbiting around at a ridiculous velocity? Where's it getting the velocity from? Something has to be pushing it, right? Like there has to be a rocket, or there has to be fuel, some kind of engine. Leo, are you saying there's an engine in the center of the Earth that is pushing it through space? No, I didn't say that. Well, then, Leo, how do you explain that the Earth is moving? Does it have wheels? Does it have wings? Is it crawling? Is it walking? Does it have legs? What are you saying? How is it moving? How is it locomoting? Well, it's just flying through space on its own. Well, how is that possible? Where did the Earth get the speed? See, if your mind cannot imagine where the Earth gets the velocity from, then your mind can't come up with a logical way of this, of this perspective. Moving on to the next major point is that rationality depends on stages of cognitive development. Most rationalists aren't even aware that there are stages of cognitive development and that rationality evolves along these stages. Rationalism is unaware of the post-rational stages of cognitive development, simply unaware of them, and too close-minded to go read the books. I have books on my book list. For example, the books of Ken Wilber that beautifully explain these different stages. Does the rationalist want to read those books? No, too lazy, too close-minded. If you actually study these different stages, you would realize that rationalism is just an intermediate stage of cognitive development that you pass through, but that many high IQ people get stuck and trapped in, which is what scientists are up to. So just, for example, studying stages of cognitive development and developmental psychology will already do a lot to help break you out of the paradigm of rationalism. But then nobody wants to study this stuff. And if they do, see, they're going to bring their rationalism into it, and they're going to say, well, Leo, where are the studies? Show me the scientific studies for these different stages. Yeah, but you see, these stages are difficult to study. They're not as easy to measure as you would measure, an atom in a microscope or something like that. So because we're talking about very higher order aspects of reality, like psyches, the development of psyches, you can't easily measure that and study it in a mathematical, physical sense, the way that you would study some physics experiment. So there's a problem already for you right there. Because see, you're trying to apply the rigors of physics and mathematics to something like the evolution and development of a psyche. That's not going to work. See? So you're going to take all those studies and you're going to take all the research that has been done on developmental psychology, and you're just going to dismiss it because it's not going to fit your, very limited, rigid, sort of materialistic ways of doing science, which are fine for when you're studying rocks and moons and planets and atoms, but they're not fine when you're studying psyches and human beings and consciousness at large. See? When you're studying psychology. You can't apply physical, scientific, method to the study of psychology. It doesn't work. You can't understand the psyche that way. It just doesn't work. Does that mean the psyche is unreal and unscientific? No, it just means that your methods are so simple and you're so simple-minded and so myopic and so dense and so rigid and so paradigm locked that you can't, your mind is not open to looser methods. See, looser systems require looser methods. The psyche is a pretty loose system. Next point, rationalism fails on holism. Rationalism fundamentally misunderstands unity, does not understand what unity is, and since unity is everything, and it's the only thing, it ends up missing the big picture for technical correctness. So the mistake that these academics and scientists make is that they are so focused professionally on technical correctness. That's what their careers are based on. That's what they get paid for, is technical correctness, that they dismiss the need for holism entirely within sense-making. They don't even pursue holism in sense-making. And they don't see that it's actually mandatory. Holism is mandatory for problem solving, for solving the problem of self-deception. Why is that? Because you need to know if the outermost frame of whatever you're trying to understand is an illusion or not. Otherwise, if there's anything outside of the frame that you're missing in your understanding and in your sense-making, that thing can recontextualize everything within the frame. So for this, you need to go watch my episode called Understanding Recontextualization, which explains this in a lot of depth, gives you many examples of how recontextualization works. We talked about a concept there called radical recontextualization. So basically, look, here's why science is stupid, is because science draws a frame, a very small frame around a certain set of facts about the world, usually a very limited set of facts that it cherry picks, because otherwise scientists would not be able to get any work done. If scientists were looking at everything all at once, they would be so lost and confused they couldn't make any progress. So what a scientist does is he just limits whatever work he's doing to a tiny, tiny, tiny portion of reality, a few variables, and draws a frame around it, and then says, okay, I'm just going to focus on these things, and I'm just going to make sense of these, 3 elements right here. How does this interact with that? And then what are the causal connections? And this is my frame, and anything outside of that, I don't care. This is my system. I've defined my system here. And then the scientist thinks, well, okay, I'm going to do that here. And then some other scientist says, well, okay, well, I'm going to do the same thing, but in a different field. You do that with physics, and I'm going to do that with biology. And then some other scientist says, okay, I'm going to do that with chemistry. And then some other guy says, okay, I'm going to do that with psychology. And some other dude says, I'm going to do that with sociology. And then together we're going to assemble all this, and we're going to have a picture of the whole universe, right? And it's going to work, right? No, it's not going to work. Because when you draw your frame, you're isolating a few variables here, and you're breaking those connections that it has to the larger system, the universe as a whole, and also to yourself and to your own psyche. You're severing that. So you're just looking at this. You're not seeing the third dimension of how your own psyche is entangled with the very variables and frame that you're looking through, right? And so what's going to happen is that you're going to create a self-deception. The self-deception is going to happen in that there's going to be stuff outside of the frame that impacts the results of what's in the frame, but you've cut all of that off in order to get your narrow technical result. And you will get some narrow technical result, and you will be narrowly technically correct about how these 3 variables interact in this very particular limited context that you've defined, this little context window, right? But then what you're going to discover is that if you expand your frame, more variables will be brought in. Your own psyche, if you expand the frame, not just this way, but also in 3 dimensions, your own self and psyche will get brought into the picture. And then all of a sudden, everything there will get recontextualized, radically recontextualized, and it will not be what it seemed to you. So by constructing this frame, you've constructed an illusion for yourself, and you've constructed a self-deception, an elaborate self-deception, and you're not conscious that you've constructed this. And this is what rationalism is doing all the time, because it's always doing analysis on very limited variables within very confined frames. And this explains all of science. And this is why all of science is ultimately an illusion and a delusion and a self-deception, is because they're doing this and they're not conscious that they're doing this. And by expanding the frame, they're going to ultimately discover rude awakenings and radical recontextualizations, which will end up destroying materialism, atheism, pragmatism, rationalism, scientism. All of those will be destroyed if the frame is opened up wide enough. So the entire game of rationalists and scientists and academics is to prevent the frame from ever expanding infinitely. Because if the frame is ever infinitely expanded to also include in 3 dimensions the self that is doing the investigation, the scientist itself, the scientific psyche, that psyche will get destroyed, it will die, and God will be realized. So this is the game that the atheist is playing. Holism is what allows the frame to expand infinitely. So the only way science can exist, the only way rationalism can maintain itself, is through a clever denial of holism. If your focus is too local, then higher structures outside of your view can and will recontextualize your understanding of the local phenomena. The only way to avoid self-deception is to have and to see the ultimate context, which means to have an infinite frame. As long as there's any variable outside of your frame of consideration and sense-making, that one variable can flip everything upside down in your understanding of reality. That's how this works. So if what you're doing is you're trying to avoid all self-deception, then you need to have an infinite frame. And once you have an infinite frame, every single variable is accounted for. You have infinite holism or infinite unity. When you have complete unity, then nothing can be hidden, and all self-deception is, the possibility of self-deception is extinguished simply through unity or totality. And that is why awakening and God cannot be a self-deception. See? The atheist is confused. The scientist is confused, like, Leo, but your ideas of God, you could be wrong about that, right? No, because you don't understand what God is. God is an infinite frame. Once you have the infinite frame, it can't be wrong. That's absolute truth. See, but to the scientific mind, this does not compute, because the scientific mind doesn't work with infinite frames. It works with very narrow frames. And why does it work with these super narrow frames? Because that's the culture. See, as a scientist in the STEM field, when you were getting your PhD, you never even questioned this. They brainwashed you into the idea that these narrow little frames are cool and good and normal and right and reasonable and rational. See, there was nobody around like me to tell you that this entire enterprise is fucking stupid and self-deceptive. And now when I tell you that, it's me against 100 of your colleagues. Who are you going to believe? Your entire career versus listening to me. Are you ready to surrender your whole career to listen to me? No. Anytime you divide reality, anytime you create a duality, anytime you fragment reality into pieces, you create the possibility for self-deception. The very division of consciousness is the self-deception. Your own mind is dividing itself. Scientific analysis is division of mind with mind. You're creating the divisions, and then you're seeing the divisions reflected back at you. Reality is reflecting your own mind's divisions back at itself in an infinite echo chamber, which is how you then construct your reality. Which is why reality looks scientific to you, which is why it looks rational to you. When you assume it's scientific and you assume it's rational, that's how you're going to see it. And if you assume voodoo, that's how you're going to see it. And if you assume Allah, that's how you're going to see it. And if you assume Christ, that's how you're going to see it. Beliefs in the psyche are not held or tested in isolation, the way science would want. They are tested and held as a whole. This is a point that Willard Quine makes eloquently in his philosophy, which I've spoken about in the past. Quine's work on webs of belief. Right. Science is never testing individual facts or beliefs or claims. Science is always tested as a whole, as a tapestry, as a web of belief, as a paradigm. When you go to test whether the earth is rotating around the sun, you're not just testing for that, you're testing your entire worldview. Because just to determine whether the earth is still or moving, how are you going to determine that? You have to start to make assumptions. Conceptual, theoretical assumptions about how do we measure movement, what even is velocity, what is motion, what is time. Without understanding these concepts, you can't know whether something is moving or sitting still. This requires you to then bring in these theoretical constructs and assumptions about time, space, velocity, how measurement is made, relativity. Is time or space absolute or is it relative? Right? All of these get sucked in when you're just trying to figure out whether the Earth is moving or not. That's how complicated and difficult this is, epistemically and even ontologically. Even the idea of what is the Earth gets brought into it, right? Because what is the Earth? You're assuming the Earth is just an object, but what if the Earth is not that? What if the Earth is something else? All of this plays into it. There are so many of these variables that science can't handle them, right? If science had to consider all these things, it couldn't work. So science oversimplifies stuff, and in so doing, it ends up deceiving itself. So rationalism is anti-holistic. All of science is profoundly anti-holistic. Rationalism suffers from the problem of being technically correct, but wrong in the big picture. Getting lost in technical minutia is a form of stupidity. Intelligence is needed to understand when technical details are irrelevant or distracting due to finite resources. Your mind has very finite resources in terms of your cognition, what you're able to think about. You can only think about one thing at a time. And it's very easy to misuse your mental resources on all sorts of stuff that are, you can get very, very technical and lost in the weeds doing science, but then you're losing sight of the big picture. You're not taking epistemic responsibility for the ultimate understanding, for putting all the little technical stuff into the big picture, the ultimate frame. You need to understand what is the ultimate frame for all the little stuff to make sense. And science does the opposite of that. Science is grossly irresponsible with respect to the ultimate frame. It doesn't care about the ultimate frame at all. All it cares about is technical details. And it thinks that it will solve the problem this way. That's a wrong assumption. The intelligence that is needed to understand when technical details are irrelevant or distracting, this cannot be formalized. It must be intuitive. You can win technical arguments, but still be wrong about the whole. You can make all sorts of narrow technical arguments about why the Earth is not moving, why it's stationary. That's what they did 500 years ago. They made these little narrow technical arguments, missing the big picture. This is the real history of science. When people first proposed that the Earth was actually in motion and not stationary, all the greatest intellectuals and quote unquote scientists of the time came forth and debunked that idea. They made all sorts of intelligent arguments for why the Earth cannot be moving. We don't feel it. If it was moving, then we would see the stars and planets moving too. We don't see that. And if it was moving, then we would feel some kind of wind. If it was moving, then the air would the Earth would lose all of its atmosphere and air, because that would, it would fly off if it was a ball flying through space. So there's all these kinds of, all these technical arguments were made for why the Earth could not be moving. And then they all turned out to be wrong in the big picture. Because the mind is brilliant, the rational mind is brilliant at cherry-picking technical facts and minutiae in order to mislead itself and others, and to seem rigorous. This is the dangers of rigor, right? You draw a little frame, and then you get more and more rigorous and technical about all the stuff within that frame, but ultimately none of that matters because you're missing the ultimate context. Technical accuracy is not sense-making, nor is it truth-seeking, nor is it understanding, nor is it consciousness. The technical mind is not enough to understand reality. Reality is way more than a machine. technical intelligence is not high enough to grasp absolute reality. But technical minds, which are the scientific rationalist minds, they tend to assume that technical intelligence is the highest kind, and this is false. This is an error of self-bias. Technical minds do not have enough self-awareness to realize that technical intelligence itself is a bias and it's not truly objective. The technical mind misses the big picture, lost in the pursuit of technical rigor and minutia, and focused on existentially trivial questions. Higher reality cannot be understood by doubling down on technical rigor. The next point I want to make here is I want to draw a connection between rationalism and autism. So I'm not claiming these things are equivalent, but there is definitely a connection here. Notice that these very rationalist people often suffer from versions of autism, Asperger's, these kinds of, ways of looking at the world. I'm not really concerned about, technically what autism is, but I just want to loosely define it for the purpose of this conversation as a left-brained way of thinking, a technical way of making sense of reality. It's highly analytical. It's focused on technical minutia. It's a sort of male-dominated view of making sense of reality. And there is an overabundance of these kinds of autistic people within the STEM fields. Programmers, mathematicians, logicians, hard scientists. They have a kind of personality type and a kind of brain structure. Literally, their brain is structured and wired to be good at technical detail. That's why they're so good at doing mathematical proofs, going through, 100 pages of mathematics to get to some kind of conclusion, doing very technical stuff that most people would, it would make, it would bore you to death for most minds to be worried about this kind of stuff. You kind of wonder, like, what kind of scientist spends his whole life? There's this funny video about this. It's like a parody video about scientists, where this one scientist spent his whole life studying anteaters in the Amazon, and all he did was he spent 20 years of his life studying anteaters. And then some news anchor is interviewing the scientist and asking him about, these anteaters, they must be so fascinating, and like, oh my God, you spent so many times to tell me some interesting facts about anteaters. And the scientist is sitting there, he's just an actor, and he's like, I've wasted my whole life. He has this like dead expression on his face, and he's like, I've wasted my whole life studying anteaters. That this was a terrible life decision. It's like, what have I done with my life? There's nothing interesting about anteaters at all. And it's like, yeah. So the scientific mind is the kind of mind that would spend 20 years in the jungle studying anteaters. That's the kind of autistic mind, right? Counting every ant that the anteater ate. How many ants did this anteater eat in the last 20 years? He ate 1,526 ants. This is a parody of the rationalist mind. So it's no coincidence that these kinds of autistic people, their mind is structured in such a way that they're terrible at dealing with chaotic phenomena, right? These kinds of people are really good when there are crisp, objective distinctions that are possible, like within the hard sciences, like within chemistry, within logic, within mathematics, within maybe quantum mechanics or hard physics. Even there, though, all these distinctions break down, but they're more viable there. Nebulosity is less of a factor there, right? The autistic mind is bad at handling nebulosity. That's why it's terrible in the social domain. It's terrible with judging people's emotions, facial expressions. It's socially unintelligent because it's so mired in the technicality of things. So you might say that autism is a kind of an inability to handle fuzziness and mental chaos. It's just one mode of, it's one state of consciousness, it's one mode of understanding reality. But then this autistic mind, because it's so locked into that, it doesn't know any other mode. It doesn't know any other frame. It doesn't know any other paradigm. And so it just assumes that that's just objective reality. And it doesn't see that this autism is actually being projected out and then reflected back in this infinite echo chamber. The autistic person lacks the self-awareness to see this. making him prone to various kinds of self-deception. What is lacking here is a construct awareness, the concept of construct awareness. I'm going to have an episode in the future about construct awareness. That's going to be very important, which will tie in here. But construct awareness here would mean that the autistic person becomes self-aware enough to see that he's projecting autism onto reality and then it's reflecting it back on him, thereby constructing a sort of autistic reality. That's what materialism is, in a sense. Rationalism assumes objectivity. It inverts the order of reality, the order of objective and subjective, right? So to the scientific mind, there is an objective world out there, and then I'm just this subject inside of an objective world. This is completely backwards. What there is a subjective consciousness, and then the objective world is couched within the subjective consciousness of, God's mind. The rationalist mind assumes that the third person is more real than the first person. That's exactly backwards. The first person is more real than the third person. All of science is less real than your consciousness and your subjective existence. The scientific psyche doesn't understand that. The scientific psyche has inverted itself in such a way that it's projected itself out and created a separation between itself and the world, and it now elevates the world as being more real than itself, right? So to the scientist, the universe is more real than the scientist. That's wrong. The scientist is more real than the universe. The universe is just a dream in the scientist's mind. See? You can't understand these profound shifts in paradigm just from looking at facts in the world. There's no scientific study that you can do that's going to show this to you. This requires that you actually take self-reflection seriously. You take philosophy seriously. You take different paradigms other than your own seriously, which the rationalist doesn't want to do. That's why it's stuck. Another point here is that rationalism misunderstands the nature of truth. Rationalists think that truth is conceptual or belief-based. Truth means, do I believe something true? That's what they think. But rationalism cannot define what truth is. Famously, Sam Harris had a debate with Jordan Peterson where neither one of them could agree on what is truth. They were supposed to be discussing something else, but they got hung up on this idea of how do we define truth, and neither one of them could do it. Which is, a good example. Both of them are stuck in a sort of rationalist frame to various degrees. Right. So yeah, they're taking truth as something conceptual, which is not what truth is. Rationalism confuses being rational, which are certain kinds of thinking. We talked in part 2 that, you could think of rationality as certain ways of thinking, and confuses that with truth. Truth is much more fundamental than thinking. There is what I call first-order truth and second-order truth. So the rationalist doesn't understand first-order truth. First-order truth is reality itself, the world. And then second-order truth is concepts, your ideas about the world. So the rationalist is stuck in second-order truth, which is not enough to understand ultimate reality. Rationalists don't understand that not everything true is provable. They tend to assume that truth and proof are the same thing, that if something is true, it can be proven. Doesn't understand the relativity and subjectivity of proof. Doesn't understand that truth, existence, being, consciousness, self, God are more fundamental than proof. For more on that, go watch my episode called Why God Cannot Be Proven, where I go into a long multi-hour explanation of the limitations of the notion of proof and how it's subjective and relativistic. Rationalism is also wrong because it limits reality to human language and symbolic intelligence. It thinks that reality can be understood through symbolic intelligence. overlooking that there is non-symbolic forms of intelligence, which are deeper and more fundamental. Rationalism doesn't understand non-symbolic consciousness. That's something outside of its paradigm. See, what's so profound about paradigms is that when something is outside of your paradigm, you're completely blind to it. You don't even know that it exists. And when you're told about it, you don't believe it because it's so outside your paradigm that it's impossible for it to exist because your notion of what's possible is governed by your paradigm. Rationalism is also wrong in that it's so lost in concepts, disconnected from direct experience and consciousness. Rationalists don't understand the simple distinction between direct experience, direct consciousness, and concepts, the entire conceptual domain. For example, all of science is all conceptual. And the conceptual is always second order. It's not first order. Rationalism confuses the map for the territory, gets lost in models a lot, uses academic jargon to obscure fundamental not knowing. See, fundamentally, no scientist knows what anything is, but they obscure that with a bunch of academic jargon and a bunch of models and theories and experiments, and then that creates a very powerful illusion that you know more than you actually know. Rationalists tend to have an over-reliance on academic authority and credentials, when in fact, all those credentialed people lack mystical understanding. Credentials don't measure your mystical understanding, which is why credentials are so deceptive, right? All right, here's the next very major point. This is very profound. Look at this. Whatever rationality is, it must align with truth or else it becomes incoherent. If there exist truths which are outside of rationality, this is a fatal flaw for rationalism, because that means rationalism is incomplete. It can't account for those truths. If your rationality leads to falsehood, illusion, or missing parts of reality, then it cannot be truly rational. To be truly rational, you have to account for all of reality, all of the data, all of the facts. You can't just draw an artificial box and say, well, I'm just going to look at these facts here, and I don't care about the other facts out there. Doesn't matter to me. This can work in the short term, and it can seem rational. It's pseudo-rational. But ultimately, this frame you drew, because it separates you from these other facts, and those other facts are all woven together into the facts you were studying, because everything is one unity. These divisions and frames that you create will ultimately lead to incoherence. You cannot have a coherent, finite worldview because reality is infinite. And science and all of rationalism, these are various forms of finite worldviews. If your worldview is finite, but reality is infinite, that's an incoherence in your worldview. What is irrationality other than incoherence? So, by creating these frames and divisions and being a finite worldview, rationalism becomes irrational. Look at this. You cannot say, I was rational and it led me to believe a falsehood. If you're rational and it leads you to believe falsehoods, then you're out of alignment with the truth. And then you're not rational. That's irrational. If that's not true, then rationality doesn't mean anything at all. If rationality means anything, it means that your worldview has to be coherent. For your worldview to be coherent, it has to account for all the facts. It can't artificially gerrymander which facts it accounts for and which ones it doesn't, because that itself will ultimately turn into an incoherence. Because why are you picking these facts and not these other facts? For selfish reasons. You're not going to be able to maintain your gerrymandered frame. See? Whether you like it or not, reality will accost you, and it will bombard your frame with alternative data and facts, which will ultimately destroy your frame. And you're going to be caught in this battle of defending your frame. That's what most psyches and minds are caught in, is this kind of battle. Religious fundamentalists are caught into that battle. For religious fundamentalists, life is very inconvenient because there's all these facts, fossils and geological data and radiocarbon dating and, all sorts of, science, biological science, geological science, physical science, and so forth that contradict his fundamentalist worldview. Well, likewise, that same thing is recapitulated again at a higher stage in the rational stage of development, in the scientific mode, in the scientific paradigm, because the scientific paradigm also has this kind of gerrymandered frame in the same way that the fundamentalist does. Because what does the fundamentalist do? The fundamentalist, he doesn't look at certain science. He doesn't look at certain research studies. He doesn't look at certain facts. Why? Because they would destroy his worldview. Well, likewise, the rationalist person also doesn't look at certain facts, doesn't read certain books, doesn't study with certain teachers, doesn't hear certain things, dismisses and denies certain things because his worldview needs to do that because he's got this gerrymandered frame. If a rationalist just bought my book list and read all the books on my book list, that would destroy his worldview. It would destroy his frame, which is why he's not going to do it. It must be irrational to deny any part of reality. If something is real, denying it must be irrational. Imagine, for example, that ghosts existed, if they were real, but rationality refused to admit it. Imagine that situation. Can you see that that cannot be rational? Anything true must be included in rationality, no matter how crazy it is. Otherwise, rationality leads to falsehood. If ghosts exist, it is irrational to say that ghosts do not exist. If God exists, it must be irrational to say that God does not exist. Do you see that? So my claim here is that rationalism does empirically lead to false beliefs and illusions. That's why it's wrong. And nowhere is that clearer to see than with the issue of God. See, most rationalists believe there is no God. However, God is the only thing that exists. Now, if you're a rationalist, you're going to say, wait a minute, Leo, how do you know that God is the only thing that exists? How can you say that? And that takes us on a tangent that I can't go into here. So you're just going to have to take my word for it, that God is the only thing that exists. But if God is the only thing that exists, and most rationalists deny that God exists, that means that they hold a false view of reality. That means they must be irrational. That means rationalism must be wrong. So there must be a contradiction somewhere in there, a very profound contradiction. Because if God is the only thing that exists, and you deny the only thing that exists, you must have a very wrong worldview. If God is the only thing that exists, and rationalists miss that, then obviously they can't be truly rational. This is the key insight. If God exists, it must be rational to say so. Because if it's not, then what does rationality mean at all? If you're using it to deny the truth. So what that means is that atheism must be irrational. Now here I want you to really do some deep contemplation and work. I want you to think, why is atheism irrational? What makes atheism irrational? How is it possible that atheists proclaim to be so rational, which all of them do, and yet they're irrational. How is that possible? What makes that so? That's a homework assignment for you. See, this is why we need to deconstruct rationality. Because look, if the people who whine the most about others being irrational, the people who whine the most about New Agers and deluded people and crazy people and religious people, the people who whine the most about others being irrational, if those very people like Richard Dawkins and Sam Harris, if those very people turn out to be irrational themselves, can you see how deep of a fucking self-deception this is? This whole rationality business. Now, you might say, well, Leo, if God exists, yes, what you're saying is true, but we don't know if God exists. Well, see, this is the problem, is that I'm saying something so advanced that you can only understand what I'm saying and really appreciate the depth of it if you've already verified for yourself that God exists. If you don't know that God exists, if you haven't had an awakening yet, then that's something you need to do first before this will make sense to you, right? So here's what I'm saying, is that you kind of got to reason backwards here, is in order to successfully deconstruct rationalism, what you do is first you have an awakening and you realize that God is the only thing that exists. Once you understand that, then you kind of go backwards and you're like, okay, wait a minute. So then if God is the only thing that exists, what are all these atheists doing? What are all these scientists doing? What are all these academics doing? What are all these PhD people doing? What are those idiots at Harvard doing? What are the people at MIT doing? What is Sam Harris doing, right? What is Richard Dawkins doing? What is their mind doing? How is this possible, right? And then you reason backwards and you see, okay, so if the one thing that I know for sure is that God exists, and all these people don't know that, then what is their mind doing to fool them so deeply about that? And then they also, on top of that, they all profess to be so rational and so scientific. So obviously there must be a profound irrationality, a profound contradiction, a profound blind spot in all of their cognition that they're not seeing. So how is that self-deception happening? And then you go and you investigate every one of these people. You look at all of their arguments. You look at the way their mind works. You look at the way that they reason, and you find the incoherence. And in so doing, you end up deconstructing rationality. See? And if you do that, then you will derive everything that I gave you here, all these points from the last 3 episodes, the 3-part series. Okay? This is how I deconstructed rationalism. This is the method. Look at it this way. If rationality is coherence, then there is only one fully coherent thing that exists, and that thing is the truth with a capital T, which is God. God is the only fully self-coherent thing that there is. Coherence is only possible for infinity. No finite thing can truly be coherent, because a finite thing only exists as an aspect of infinity. For a finite thing to be truly coherent, it has to recognize that it's a part of infinity. If it doesn't recognize that, then it's incoherent. So literally, the atheist is a part of God that does not recognize that it is God. Science is a finite system within infinity that does not recognize the infinity of the entire system. These are incoherences within atheism, within science, within rationalism, within the human psyche, but that incoherence only becomes conscious if you make it conscious. The thing is that your mind is playing a devious game with you if you're a scientist, and it's hiding the incoherence from you. You don't see the contradictions in your own worldview because you're drawing your frames so narrowly and you're gerrymandering your frames, which allows you to get away with this. In the same way that the religious fundamentalist is also gerrymandering his frames in a different way than you. But the structure of what's happening here is the same. So we end up with a very ironic and paradoxical conclusion here, is that God, which is supposedly this irrational thing, right? God, so irrational. But actually, if you understand what I just laid out, the logic that I laid out here, God, since God is the only thing that exists, and God is the truth, and God is the only coherent thing that there is, because truth is coherence. Coherence is truth. That this means that God is the only rational thing. And at the same time, God is not limited to human rationality, because we also now have to make a distinction between human rationality and rationality at large. These are different things. Humans mistake human rationality and all that cultural, sociological stuff that I talked about, all those, norms, as being what rationality ultimately is. See, now, by deconstructing rationality, the human versions of it, but as we're deconstructing rationalism, what we're really doing is we're deconstructing the human corrupt versions of rationality. When we clear away all of the corruptions that humans and scientific people and Richard Dawkins and Sam Harris and all these kinds of people that have, corrupted rationality with, when we remove and clear out all that garbage, we are left with a pure, true rationality, which is actually trans-rational. It's rational, but it's beyond rational, and that takes us into the mystical territory, into mystical cognition, and ultimately consciousness and God and so forth, takes us into that territory, which is fully compatible with rationality, but it's rationality plus. It's rationality and more than rationality. It's version of rationality that are transhuman. There's not just human rationality, there's transhuman forms of rationality, which takes you into weird psychedelic states, trans-sane states, and so forth, which I'll talk a little bit more about in a minute. So the funny conclusion here is that rationality is literally impossible without God. But ironically, no rationalist understands this. This shows you how flawed rationalism must be. So to truly understand how wrong rationalism is, you first have to realize God and then work your way backwards to deconstructing their faulty logic. All right, the next point is that rationalism is a bias, but it doesn't recognize itself as a bias. Any unconscious bias limits the mind and lowers its intelligence. So how is rationalism a bias? Look at this. If someone says, we need to be very rigorous and define everything very precisely, if a scientist says that, that is a bias. It prioritizes the rational over the irrational. It prioritizes rigor and formality over loose, fuzzy intuition. To define something, to make something precise, the scientific mind doesn't understand that in making something precise, it's already altering its perception of reality, and it's constructing a precise version of reality. Scientists think that, reality is just out there and it is precise by itself, and we're going to just go out there and very precisely measure it. And that's all that there is. No, reality, the very nature of reality and consciousness is nebulosity. And then when you go out there and you precisely measure it, you're actually changing reality, and then it's reflecting that precision back at you. This is, in a certain sense, what some of the quantum mechanics experiments show. Right? Before you measure something, it's this nebulous cloud of nothingness. Who knows what it is? And then the more precisely you look at it, all of a sudden something specific pops out at you. That's literally quantum mechanics for you. The reason it works that way is because infinity is indistinct. It's nebulous. It's everything and it's nothing. And then if you want to see something specific, then you have to define some aspect of infinity. As soon as you define it, then it pops out at you, and then you see it. And then that's how reality is constructed. So, for example, reality itself is not scientific. But if you insist on being scientific, and you develop a scientific mind, and you brainwash yourself into thinking that science is all that there is, and science is the only way, and it's the best way, and you spend 20 years brainwashing yourself with that, Then when you walk around outside and you look at stuff, then things look scientific to you. But if you didn't do that, it wouldn't look scientific to you. And in fact, the majority of mankind lives in a reality that is not scientific for them because they didn't go to Harvard and they didn't go and get a PhD. So their reality is not scientific. Reality is scientific for you because you trained yourself to be a scientist. In the same way that reality looks like a Christian version of reality to a Christian who brainwashed himself into thinking that, Christianity is true. And so that's how it looks to him. It's a projection. Scientists, if I'm speaking to a scientist will say to me, Leo, define God. You're using these words. Define God for me. What's the technical definition of God? And Leo, define love. Give me a technical definition of love. And Leo, define good. Give me a technical definition of good. And Leo, define consciousness. Give me a technical definition of consciousness. And when they say this to me, what's so sad about it to me is that they're not even conscious that when they place that demand upon me, it's a projection. They're completely ignorant of this. They're just assuming that there is a definition of God. There should be a crisp definition of love. There should be a definition of good. There should be a definition of mysticism or whatever. Or consciousness. That consciousness can be defined. It never even occurs to them that that's just an assumption they have. What if consciousness is undefined? It never occurs to them that when they're defining something in science, that they are constructing it. They don't care. The reason they don't care is because they have their little frame. And in their little frame, the way you earn a PhD is you make a little tiny frame and then you define variables within that frame. And you work with those well-defined variables and you don't give a shit about anything else. That's how they teach you to get a PhD. And if you try to draw your frame a little bit too large, your PhD advisor comes in and tells you, whoa, that's not going to work. You're not going to be able to write a good PhD that way. PhD thesis. You're not going to be able to defend your thesis if your frame is too large because there's going to be too many holes. You're not going to be able to explain all your holes. So instead, your PhD thesis advisor will teach you how to gerrymander your frame so perfectly that there's no holes. And then you can construct some kind of little model that explains some little corner of the universe, and then you can get your PhD because it'll pass a committee and it'll pass their norms. Is it actually true? Does it actually explain anything really? Who cares? You got your PhD. Now you're a professor. Now you got tenure. Now you can teach. Now you can feed yourself. What's wrong with that, right? It works. It works. This is how science works, really. This is the real scientific method that they don't teach you about. Just to prioritize the rational over the irrational is already a bias. Look, obviously irrational people exist. Obviously irrationality is an aspect of reality. It's real. Delusion is real. Misuse of the mind is real. This is real. It exists. Rigor and formality themselves are biases that shape reality and limit consciousness. When you're defining things in a scientific way, when you're being formal and highly rigorous in a scientific way, what the scientific mind isn't understanding is that you're literally limiting your own mind and consciousness to the very frame that you're gerrymandering and drawing. Then, see, what the scientist doesn't understand, the scientist thinks that, well, I'm going to gerrymander my little frame and get my PhD for that. And then, Leo, what's the problem? It works, right? But then what you don't realize is that when you were gerrymandering your frame for your PhD, since the thing you're studying, the world, is your own mind, your own self, since these things are connected, but you don't see that connection, you don't realize that by gerrymandering the frame, you're also gerrymandering your own mind as well. And then that becomes you. That becomes yourself. Is this little limited thing. So rationalism is a bias in that it marginalizes subjectivity, mystery, intuition, magic, the poetic, the figurative. It prioritizes quantity over quality, prioritizes objectivity over subjectivity, prioritizes thinking over feeling, over being, over mystical experience, over direct consciousness, prioritizes the hard sciences over the soft sciences. There's a masculine bias, a left brain bias, this autistic sort of bias that we already discussed. Sometimes feminists will criticize science as being a sort of a masculine epistemology. And then feminists will argue for a feminine epistemology. And then when people in the hard sciences hear that, when scientists hear that, like physicists and so forth, they laugh, right? Because it's kind of silly to say that, well, Einstein's theory of relativity is a masculine way of looking at it, and maybe there's a feminine way of looking at it, and then they kind of laugh. But again, see, what they have is that they're misunderstanding the depth and nuance of this issue. Because when you frame it that way in this kind of straw man cartoon version of like, Einstein was just a masculine way of looking at it, it seems silly and stupid. But actually, there is a valid point here in that if you look at it in a more nuanced and subtle way, you can think of all of science, the very way of doing science and holding science as a paradigm, as a masculine sort of bias. It is a very left-brained approach to understanding the world. There are other ways of understanding the world. Now, I am not saying that, for example, certain formulas in physics are not true because, they're masculine and they need feminine versions. I'm not saying something that stupid. I'm saying something more subtle in that your entire orientation towards life, if you're a Richard Dawkins type of person, that's a very masculine approach to orienting yourself towards life. You could adopt a more feminine approach, which is less about science and it's more about intuition, more about feeling, more about connection, more about social relationships rather than relating to inanimate objects. Now, does that mean that all of science is thrown out the window? No, you can still employ science. But it is a different perspective. It is a different worldview. It is a different kind of paradigm. And most women operate on this paradigm. And they survive. They get by. It works for them. Now, of course, you could argue, well, yeah, because they're piggybacking off of the work that male scientists have done throughout the majority of human civilization. And that's right. But also notice, be careful. Because mankind does not need to be this highly technologically advanced civilization. Mankind could live in more primitive ways. Now, I'm not necessarily suggesting that we should go that route, but I want you to really be open to radically different ways of living. Who's to say that mankind wouldn't be better off if we lived in smaller societies, smaller tribes, less technologically developed, more in tune with nature, more intuitive, more feelings-based, more community and relationship-based, and less obsessed with, scientific rationality and analysis. I'm not arguing for one or the other. That's a very complex topic to discuss. There's a lot of pros and cons. And I'm not, romanticizing this primitive way of life. But there is something to say that, the way society is run right now, the way civilization is going with 8 billion people living in this kind of like crazy hyper-capitalist, techno, almost dystopia, where we have people flying around on jets and on yachts, these billionaires, and then we have people living in slums like animals. That there's something very sick about this whole scheme, and that science has a lot to do with this, right? Because you can be flying, or you can have this gross disparity of income inequality and power, and wage slavery and literal slavery and sexual slavery and all this kind of stuff, and the sort of Epstein stuff that we're seeing, this kind of Epstein corruption. You couldn't have these networks of elites, abusing children and all this. You couldn't have this without technology, without science, without the scientific way of viewing the world and then structuring society around all of that, right? A lot of this is enabled by technology. And also rationalized and justified by the technology itself, right? We invent more sick forms of technology, and then the technology rationalizes itself, like what we're seeing with AI right now. Is the AI that we're seeing, is it actually helping anybody really? Or is it hurting more people than it's helping? Right? But the whole system is so sick that it justifies itself just because it's profitable. And there's something very inhuman about that. And that's right, because it's very mechanical and it lacks consciousness. And this whole AI stuff is very mechanical on a mass scale, lacking consciousness. Very anti-spiritual. Look what's happening with our kids getting lost in all this, AI stuff. They're going to be addicted to it pretty soon. Pretty soon they won't even be able to read or think for themselves because they're going to be so addicted to AI. Their minds are going to atrophy. All for what? So that some billionaire could have a few more $1 billion. Rationalism is a set of values and priorities. Values and priorities are not objective nor provable. Rationalism aims to be normative. Normative meaning that when someone is rational, they expect and demand everybody else around them to also be rational. That's why these Sam Harris type of people, love to debate and to whine about religious fundamentalists and Muslims and so forth, because they perceive them as irrational. And they want everybody to be like them, rationalists. And then when people refuse that, they get puzzled. Sam Harris is puzzled by why not everybody is rational like him. Well, what he doesn't understand is ultimately not everyone is rational like him is because that is not the most intelligent way to relate to reality. How could it be when it denies God? In a funny, twisted, sick sense, the fundamentalist terrorist Muslim, in a certain sense, is more correct than Sam Harris, because at least that Muslim knows that God exists, and Sam Harris doesn't. So what good is the rationalism then? Now, don't get me wrong. I know that there's a lot of problems with the terrorist Muslim, but it's just so kind of funny and ironic how, in a certain sense, more primitive people are actually more intelligent than the more scientific people. How can that be? Well, we're explaining that. That's from the lack of holism. That's why it happens. Rationalism holds many double standards. You'll see those if you listen to their arguments. Postmodernism is correct that rationalism is just one set of values. It's not the truest or the best. Rationalism fails to incorporate important lessons and insights from postmodernism, reacting against it, demonizing and getting lost in this culture war stuff. Rationalism is self-biased, but it's not conscious of its self-bias. Go see my episode, Understanding Self-Bias, for more on that. That's a profound topic that I can't delve into here. Rationality crowns itself as king. It tends to want to monopolize the epistemic landscape, but it's merely one of the mental modes and functions of the mind. What many people don't realize is that there's different personality types, different mental modes. There's more introverted modes, more extroverted modes, more masculine modes, more feminine modes, more intuitive modes, more sort of autistic and hyper analytical modes of interfacing with the world. And the danger is that when one of those modes tries to monopolize and to just look at reality through that mode and in no other way, right? You have to be humble enough to realize that, if you're an introvert like me, if you're very introverted, that's just one way of looking at the world. There's also an extroverted way of looking at the world. And if you're very analytical, that's just one way of looking at the world. There are more intuitive ways of looking at the world. There are more loose ways rather than rigorous ways, right? There are more feminine ways versus masculine ways. There are emotional ways of interfacing with the world, and you get different kinds of insights, and you get a different experience and understanding of life through the emotional modes than the non-emotional analytical modes. And which one of these modes is the right mode? Well, of course, there isn't any. These are different perspectives. This is why we talked about sort of a radical multi-perspectivalism, and also this is where postmodernism comes into play, because postmodernism wants to allow all of these different modes to flourish, whereas modernism says, no, only the analytical mode is the correct mode. Reductionism, pragmatism, analysis, formalism, scientific method, materialism, these are all biases. Go see my episode, Understanding Bias, for why bias is so important. A bias of rationalism is that it only takes seriously those aspects of reality which can be easily turned into scientific consensus. It's a huge bias within science. There are many aspects of reality which simply cannot be formalized and easily turned into scientific consensus. What does science do with those aspects of reality? It completely ignores them as though they don't exist. And it just focuses on the stuff that it can get a consensus around. This leads to a huge bias in sense-making and understanding of reality. The most profound aspects of reality do not lend themselves to consensus. They cannot be understood through consensus. You cannot get a consensus around them because they're inherently subjective. Because consensus assumes other. How can you have a consensus if other is an illusion? And it also assumes the reality of a social domain. How can you have a consensus if the entire social domain is an illusion? Truth, existence, and consciousness are prior to the social domain. That's something that's overlooked by scientists and rationalists. Scientists just do not comprehend how much science is mired in sociology, in the social domain. There is no science without the social domain, and none of the scientists understand how significant that is. They can pay lip service to that idea, but they don't really appreciate the depth of it. They don't really understand it. And when you try to explain everything I'm trying to explain here to scientists, what is going to be their reply? They're going to say something like, but that's just not part of scientific consensus, so we won't believe it. Leo, where's your experiment to prove what you're saying? See, there you go again. It's your paradigm, through self-bias, your paradigm is perpetuating itself. The very demands of your paradigm are the biases of your paradigm, which is the very thing that I'm asking you to question and to deconstruct. Rationalism lacks construct awareness. Rationalism fails to see that the attempt to be rigorous imposes that limit on reality and leads to a loss of truth. Rationalism doesn't see how its own assumptions and ideals become projected limits upon consciousness. Because reality is mind, so how you look at reality affects how reality looks to you. When you believe reality is rational and conventional, that's how it will appear to you. When you insist on scientific rigor, you're actually turning consciousness into a solid state. Which is how your mind is constructing physicality, objectivity, and science. So physicality, objectivity, and science, the world, these are literally constructions of consciousness. And the rationalist doesn't see this. He's blind to it. Objectivity and physicality are illusions created unconsciously by the rationalist mind. And you can think of mysticism as just an extreme form of construct awareness. The better you understand your own mind, the better you understand how your own mind is constructing reality. This is the construct-aware stage of cognitive development, which we talked about in my series called The 9 Stages of Ego Development, Part 3, the Susan Cook-Greuter model. Here's the key mistake of rationalism. If something doesn't fit my notions of rationality, then it must be irrational and therefore false. That's how rationalism works. But what's being missed in that kind of logic is that your notion of rationality is severely limited. What if rationality is much more than what you've been led to believe by your society and culture, by science, by your university, by your professors? Just because something doesn't make rational sense to you does not mean that it's not true. Just because something doesn't fit your rational expectations doesn't make it irrational. You have to be very careful about that. And ultimately, the distinction that scientists and rationalists want to draw between the rational and the irrational, that duality cannot hold. Go see my episode, Understanding Duality, Part 1, Part 2, Part 3, especially in Part 3, I think, a long time ago. If I remember correctly, in Part 3, I think I break down for you that the duality between rational and irrational. In that series, I explain how all dualities ultimately collapse. So you should expect that, of course, the duality between the rational and the irrational cannot hold. That's why you can't define what rationality is. No scientist can define it. That's also why you can't define what science is. No scientist can define what science is. Because the duality between science and non-science, or science and pseudoscience, that collapses. There is no such crisp, objective duality because it's consciousness, it's infinite, and everything blends together into a unity in the end. For rationalism to hold, that duality would have to hold. And of course, because the truth is non-duality, it can't hold. So ultimately, rationalism is destroyed by non-duality. And the rationalist doesn't understand that because they don't bother to learn non-duality because they don't think they need to. The next major point here is that rationalism fails because reality and consciousness transcends thinking and concepts. There is reality beyond your concepts, which concepts cannot reach, cannot touch. Rationalism is not conscious of the difference between reality and concept. It's lost in concept. There are things which are real and true which cannot be thought or conceptualized. For example, if you're asking for a definition of God, God is such a radical thing that it cannot be imagined by you. Awakening cannot be imagined by you. You literally can't imagine it. A scientific mind cannot imagine awakening. It is so radical, completely beyond human comprehension. God is completely beyond human comprehension. And here's the real tragedy of it, is that the rationalists and the scientists and the atheist type of people, they are so arrogant and so stunningly underestimating the depth of reality that it doesn't even occur to them that something could exist that is completely outside of their capacity to imagine or to conceptualize. See, when you take an atheist and you explain to him that God is something completely beyond your imagination and conceptualization, he thinks that you're talking about some sort of fairy tale or some sort of delusion or some sort of belief. It doesn't even enter into his mind. He's so fucking limited in his use of mind and imagination. He can't even imagine that there can exist something that he can't even imagine. That's how important and critical imagination is to sense-making. See, he thinks, well, Leo, if it's true, then prove it to me. He can't imagine something existing that is so profound, so deep, so beyond anything humans understand, that there's no way to prove it. There's no evidence for it. There's no scientific test for it. There's none of that, right? It's just completely in another dimension. The fact that this idea hasn't even entered into the atheist's mind demonstrates how stupid atheism is, how ignorant it is. Imagine being so crippled in your mental capacities that you can't even imagine something beyond your own imagination. See? That's a pure lack of intelligence right there. That's literally a lack of intelligence. There's no clearer test of intelligence than that. You should be able to imagine that there exist things that are so far beyond a human's capacity to imagine that it is just staggering. It's staggering. It should awe you. It should silence you. It should shut you up for days. And the fact that these atheists and scientists and rationalists yap away with their arguments and their logic so so nonchalantly. It shows such a lack of epistemic responsibility. It shows such a such a disrespect and such a disregard for what reality is. Concept is not the same as being, and it can never be reduced, and being can never be reduced to concept. This is something rationalists don't understand. And ultimately, rationality fails because rationality, thinking, and understanding is limited by your state of consciousness. This is where we're tying in my episode called State of Consciousness is Everything. Very deep episode. If you remember what I talked about there, we're tying that in here. Absolutely everything that you know, think, or can imagine is completely governed by your state of consciousness right now. If your state of consciousness was lower or higher, your capacities would be completely expanded or even further constricted. In the same way that, for example, a dog cannot understand the entire domain of mathematics does not exist for a dog. You understand that? Well, it doesn't take much more imagination to realize that there are analogously entire domains of things, of reality, that are completely beyond your human comprehension, just as mathematics is for a dog. So the rationalist is stuck in this place like a dog, right? It's explaining God or mystical things, advanced mystical cognition, which is what we're leading towards, to explain that to a rationalist is like explaining mathematics to a dog. That's the level of disconnect we're talking about here. And rationalists don't understand that they're completely ignorant about the fact that consciousness governs absolutely everything you think and do and understand. There are things that you cannot understand simply because you're in the wrong state of consciousness. It's too low, and you'll never understand it until your consciousness changes, your state, I mean. Consciousness and truth are not limited to rationality. Rationality is just a narrow mode of consciousness, a very narrow mode. You cannot use rationality or thinking to increase or to transcend your state of consciousness. No matter how much thinking you do, no matter how much science you do, no matter how much logic you do, you will never significantly increase your state of consciousness through that process. It just will never happen. And rationalists don't understand this. They don't understand how locked and limited they are by their state of consciousness. They don't even understand what state of consciousness is. They don't understand that it's the only thing. The only thing there is a state of consciousness. There's nothing else. There's no reality. There's no universe. There's only a state of consciousness. That's it. Your current state of consciousness. And they don't understand this. They don't understand how significant this is to all of your understanding of anything and everything. There are aspects of reality that an ant just cannot understand. Likewise, there are aspects of reality that a rational human mind just cannot understand or think. There are aspects of reality which are a discontinuous leap beyond rationality, beyond reason, beyond concept, beyond belief, beyond thought, beyond human ideas. What do I mean by a discontinuous? I mean like every single thing that humans know. The physical world, physics, science, the social domain, human life, animals and creatures and biology and chemistry, all this, right? Take everything that humans know and then imagine something that is in a completely different dimension, not a physical dimension, not a temporal dimension, just like something completely out of left field. You can't even imagine what that is. It's not a color, it's not a sight, it's not a sound, it's not a thought, it's not an idea, it's not a belief, it's not A human, it's not an animal, it's not matter, it's not energy, it's not math, it's not science, it's not any of those things. It's completely something new, right? True intelligence is being able to anticipate that thing exists. Now you might wonder, Leo, how do you know it exists? Prove it to me, right? See, as soon as you start to go down that road, you're already stupid. When I'm talking about that thing, that means you can't use any of your methods of proof to get to it. It's completely beyond any of your methods. And yet it's real and it's true, and perhaps it's even more real and more true than anything you understand currently or have experienced. Right? It seems impossible, right? But how do you know it's impossible? It's just unconventional. It's not the norms you were taught by your culture. So rationalism fails because it fundamentally has no way of dealing with that thing. Rationalism can't even imagine higher orders of consciousness. Doesn't even know they exist. Rationalism is too human-centric. It's too human. It results in very narrow human ways of seeing the world. And it doesn't understand this. It treats that as objectivity. It's not objectivity. Rationality and rationalism is a very, very narrow sliver of consciousness, very, very parochial, very biased, very human-centric. Just like ludicrously, laughably, cartoonishly human-biased. Reality is not human. Understanding reality requires thinking in non-human ways. A human is incapable of understanding reality. Now you might say, well, Leo, then if you're so pessimistic about it, then I guess we can't know anything, and then just like we're stuck, right? No, we're not stuck. We're stuck if you assume that you're a human. But what if being a human is something you're imagining and part of your paradigm? So we need to deconstruct the idea that you're a human. And then you can access the things that a human cannot access. So this is another gross limitation of rationalism, is that rationalism, because it assumes you're a human, it also, that assumption that you are a human then limits your mind to being that of a human. And then you can only understand the things that a human mind can understand, and you can't understand something beyond the human mind. And then the rationalist is like, well, Leo, how can I get beyond the human mind? Because I'm a human. Assumption. You assume you're a human. Rationalism assumes sanity and takes sanity for granted. Rationalists have no idea what sanity is, how big of a part it plays, how it's constructed, what is beyond sanity. None of these ideas or concepts even enter into the rationalist's mind. They have no way of working with it, handling it. They're completely clueless in this regard. They mistake trans-sanity for irrationality and delusion. There are states of consciousness beyond sanity, which have very profound truths and insights in them, but if those are then communicated to a rationalist, he just assumes that that's crazy talk. It's not crazy talk, but it seems that way to him because he doesn't even understand what sanity is and takes it completely for granted. To really understand reality and consciousness, you would need to transcend sanity, which is something that rationalists are deeply terrified of and threatened by. What I'm saying here is that irrationality is actually necessary. It's not just a negative thing to avoid, it's actually necessary. You must confront it, you must experience it, you must experience things beyond sanity. The only true epistemology must include insanity within it. Otherwise, because insanity is a part of reality, otherwise if you exclude insanity, then you're excluding some part of reality, and then ultimately your worldview is incoherent, right? For example, a rationalist cannot explain multiple personality disorder. A rationalist cannot explain schizophrenia. A rationalist cannot explain a whole domain of mental illness. Cannot explain it. Because you can't explain those through the materialist worldview. You can try, but you're never going to fully succeed. And then you're never going to be able to heal those people or understand what's truly wrong with them, if there even is anything wrong with them. That's how open-ended truth is, right? Truth includes insanity. Simply put, we have to go where the truth is, wherever it is, however it is, and the truth is infinite. And since the truth is infinite, it includes sanity and it includes insanity as well. It includes rationality and includes irrationality. Rationality is bounded and reality is unbounded. This is the fundamental problem. There are no rules to mind because mind is infinite and all rules are finite and imaginary, constructed by the mind. Even sanity is an imaginary and arbitrary limit within mind. And following rules is not intelligence. Intelligence truly is infinite flexibility, fluidity of mind, unbounded by any rational rules or formalisms. Mysticism is a way of operating within advanced states of mind that are informal, because you can't have formality there, very intuitive, very loose, very fluid. And the scientific mind doesn't comprehend that. That's outside of its paradigm. But also what's very interesting is that, as I said earlier, we need to really, I want to communicate the point that rationality is not just what humans think it is. There's rationality in the way that humans think about it. Then beyond that, there's rationality, which I will call transrational or transhuman dimensions of rationality, which is rationality that is mystical. It's a fusion of mysticism and rationality together. It's not irrational. Then beyond that, there is irrational, and there's also insanity beyond that, right? So there's a lot of stuff. And so I don't want to just limit to rationality to what humans do. There's also this transhuman form of rationality, which is very interesting to explore, and that's something I'm teaching and will be teaching more in the future. So human rationality is not the limit to rationality. There are even more interesting forms of rationality which only come out once you enter mystical states of consciousness. And there are forms of mysticism which are irrational and insane, and then there's forms of mysticism which still have a lot of rational aspects to them as well. We might say that that's meta-rational. A way that I like to think of it is that if human rationality is like thinking in 2 dimensions, 2D, then mystical rationality, a fusion of mysticism and rational thinking, is like thinking in 3 dimensions or 4 dimensions. You're still thinking, and there's still logic involved, but it's a higher order, higher dimensional form of logic that human beings can't comprehend or imagine. In the same way that a dog cannot imagine, for example, a mathematical logical proof, right? To a dog, that entire domain of consciousness is just completely absent. And it's a very rich domain. Likewise, for the scientist and the mathematician, there's an entire domain of consciousness that is completely absent, which is a fusion of mystical and logical thinking, which exists in a sort of a higher dimensional space that they've never accessed, which is more real than anything they understand, in the same way that mathematics is more real than anything a dog understands. It's as if your thinking acquires an extra dimension when you're in the sort of higher mystical dimensions of consciousness. You're still thinking about stuff, and from that thinking, you can get very profound insights. That's where I get a lot of my most beautiful and juiciest and powerful insights, is I get it from that realm. I pull it down, and then I make it accessible to to 2-dimensional human thinking. And there's of course there's stuff lost in translation. And then there's certain things that I've accessed that I just cannot translate to you at all, because it's literally incommunicable and unimaginable and ineffable. That's where psychedelics are required. See, that's why I talk about psychedelics. I don't just talk about psychedelics just because they're cool or they're fun or they're interesting. It's literally because you can access dimensions of consciousness on psychedelics that you cannot access any other way. You will never access those dimensions through meditation. No amount of meditation will get you there. No amount of yoga, no amount of self-inquiry will ever get you there. Which is not to say that you can't have awakenings. You can have awakenings, but there's more. I'm discussing more stuff than just awakenings, right? There's way more to be discussed here than awakening. You can have an awakening through meditation. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about higher dimensions of mind that no meditator understands and will never access. And some, maybe if you do meditation for 20 years, like a monk, you could access a bit of it, but then there's going to be stuff that you'll never access even after that. So you might wonder, what is beyond rationality? Well, think of it like this. You've got the mind of an ant, imagine that. The mind of a cat, imagine that. The mind of a chimp, imagine that. Then a mind of a human, imagine that. Then imagine a mind of an alien that is in order of magnitude more intelligent than a human and more conscious. And then beyond that, imagine the mind of God. And then, there's many degrees of what the mind of God could be like, but it's not really even that simple because there's not just a mind of God. It starts to fragment. Consciousness starts to fragment after, you can have alien dimensions and you can have insane dimensions and you can have multiple personality disorder dimensions and schizophrenic shit and weird stuff beyond that. So it gets very complicated. So the point of it, though, is that there are minds beyond human rationality and human sanity. And those are more intelligent minds than what a human mind is. They understand more of reality. They're deeper. They're more advanced. In the same way that a human mind is more advanced than the mind of a cat, right? But here's the real kicker, is that you would think, well, yeah, Leo, there might be these weird alien minds out there somewhere, but, we'll never know. We'll never discover them or whatever. How could we ever know? But here's the kicker, is that since your human identity is a construction of consciousness, since it's not a physical fact, that means that you're not physically limited to the human mind. So those minds are accessible to you because you were never a human in the first place. That's a construct, right? So physics is not limiting your mind. The idea that physics is limiting your mind is a limit that you imagined, that your mind imagines, you see? So if you sit here thinking, oh, well, Leo, I'm just this little human and I'm just this physical brain. So, what can I do? I can't be any better than this. I can't know, Leo, humans can only know so much. No, you can know way more than a human because you're not really human. But this requires you to be open to the idea that you're more than a human, which rationalists aren't open to. So they're stuck. So don't be like them. That's the point. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break here and I'll be right back. So, what is rationalism missing? It's missing a lot of important stuff. It's missing an understanding of death and immortality, love, consciousness, God, the miracle of existence, infinity, mystery, alien cognition, sanity, physical imagination, an understanding of why religion exists and what religion is really about. You cannot use rationality to understand what death is. Death is a trans-rational, trans-scientific thing. Science is something that's happening inside of life. And there is consciousness beyond life. And you can't get to that through science, but you can get through it through consciousness. Rationality is incapable of explaining what awakening is. It just does not compute. Does that mean awakening isn't real or true? No. It just means that rationality is a small subset of reality at large. Rationalism does not understand that reality is undefined. Rationalism misses that there are things beyond human comprehension and that these things are more true and more real than anything humans understand. How does rationality deal with all these problems? That's the ultimate issue here. That's why we're talking about this stuff. It doesn't have sufficient answers or solutions to these problems. And the error for highly rational people is that when this is explained to them, they deny it on the grounds that it sounds irrational. See, that's the trick. Even though it's not really irrational, it just sounds that way to them. And then they close their mind down and they're unable to hear these profound communications. There's a denial of spiritual experience, a denial of the absolute, a denial of direct consciousness, a denial of mystical experience, a denial of the paranormal, the supernatural, a denial of mystery. Also, rationalism cannot deal with infinities. That's a deep topic that I'll need to cover in the future. The complexities of infinity, the various kinds of weird logics of infinities. Infinity has a kind of rationality to it, but it's a transhuman kind of rationality and a transhuman sort of logic. And so rationalism is incapable of handling the weirdness of infinities because it's used to dealing with finite things, which is our ordinary world. The world that humans are concerned with, the world that mostly science deals with when it formalizes stuff and quantifies stuff, is the finite world. And then the assumption is made that that's all that there is, that's the totality of the world is just finite objects. And this turns out to be profoundly wrong. And so rationalism confuses the weirdness of infinity for irrationality. More on that in future episodes. Rationalism is not enough to jailbreak the mind. It's not enough to reach God, to understand God. Rationalism cannot deal with absolutes. It denies them and confuses them with ideology and belief systems. See, one of the biggest problems I have in communicating with rational and scientific people is that when I want to communicate the absolute, what that is, they always confuse it with me having a belief system. And it's like, oh, well, Leo has his belief system and he's absolutistic about it. Like he's very sure of himself. But that's not what I'm communicating at all, right? That just shows the complete disconnect. Rationalists aren't even able to understand where I'm coming from, what I'm trying to do. They don't even understand my intentions correctly, right? That's how bad this gets. In order just to be able to communicate with somebody else and to understand their intentions, to see that they're good faith, that they're not trying to bullshit you or they're not a scam artist or they're not a cult leader or something like that, you need to be able to get inside of their mind and see their point of view, which scientific people struggle to do. Rationalism denies and rejects direct consciousness as a possibility. It never even enters a rationalist mind that that's possible. A direct consciousness of truth, not mediated by perception, not an idea that I have, not a theory that I have, not a model, not some science, but direct access to truth. That's not possible for scientists and rationalists under their paradigm because they think that there's a veil of perception going on. Rationalism precludes unity. It cannot grasp unity because it's always dividing the world with its mind and not seeing that it's doing so. Rationalism is afraid to really explore consciousness, afraid of insanity, afraid to explore the psychedelic terrain, and dismisses it with all kinds of excuses and couching it into the wrong materialist framework. Rationalism cannot solve the mind-body problem. It's always perplexed by it. Rationalism cannot explain what consciousness is, how it came to be, how it works. So it's forever confused about that. Rationalism cannot make sense of self and other. What is self? What is other? What is the relationship between self and other? How does self create other? Rationalists can't explain that to you. Rationalism cannot explain or comprehend metaphysical love because rationality is finite and consciousness and love are infinite. The next major problem with rationalism is that it fails in trying to eliminate the self. Under the materialist paradigm, in the rationalist thinking, the self is not fundamental. The self is something that exists contingently inside of an objective universe, which underestimates the significance of what the self is. Rationalism tries to eliminate the first-person quadrant of Ken Wilber's AQUAL model. So if you're familiar with Ken Wilber's work, he has this model, which is a 4-quadrant model. And the different quadrants are I, we, and then there's also first person and third person, and these intermix into 4 quadrants, basically. So the first person quadrant is the subjective experience quadrant. That is the self. That's the truest quadrant. All the other quadrants are really couched inside of the first person quadrant. And yet what rationalism thinks is that the first person quadrant is some kind of illusion, as Daniel Dennett might say, and consciousness just being an illusion, and that it's some kind of epiphenomena. It's not ultimately what's true and real, which is completely backwards. The self cannot be eliminated, and rationalists don't understand this. The subjective self is fundamental. It's absolute. It's truth. You need the ability to introspect inside of yourself, and that can only be done through first person experience. For example, you have to be able to introspect inside your own mind to realize that science and rationality and atheism are mental attachments that yourself has, your psyche has. You can't do that objectively using the third person. You can't do that using science. You have to go inside of yourself to see that you have a mental attachment to science. Science can't tell you that. And furthermore, you have to see that you have an emotional attachment to it as well. See, rationalists have an emotional attachment to rationalism, and they're not aware of that, because one of the reasons why not is because they don't take the first person quadrant seriously, because they're so focused on the third person quadrant. The third person quadrant is the objective world, so to speak, and the stuff that science studies, right? And then science thinks that it can just avoid dealing with the first person aspects of reality because, well, they're kind of loosey-goosey and they're kind of woo, and you can't quantify them very easily, and they're so nebulous that we'll just ignore that, thinking that you can make this division between first person and third person and only focus on the third person, and that's not going to screw up your entire understanding of reality, which of course it will, it must, because reality is a unity. So rationalists fail to see that the self-identity that they have, the ego, easily gets entangled with science, with materialism, with atheism, with skepticism, with pragmatism, with reductionism, these sorts of isms, in the same way that it gets entangled with religion, with Islam, with Christianity, with Hinduism. And only the self, in a first-person way, can notice these attachments. This requires self-reflection. Rationalists want a formal guarantee of correctness that is outside of the self. They don't trust themselves fundamentally, because the problem with the pre-rational way of approaching the world is that you basically just believe whatever you want. Whatever feels good to you, you believe it. And you don't need any kind of scientific validation. You don't need any kind of test or experiment. And in this way, you can deceive yourself very deeply. And that's correct. You can, of course. That's what religious fundamentalists do. But then see, the scientist is so paranoid that he wants to eschew that entire mode of understanding reality in favor of some sort of objective criteria that can save him from self-deception. And this turns out to itself be a self-deception, because the self turns out to be irreducible. You can't get rid of it. All of science is done through yourself. Without the self, there's no science. And science is an integral part of the self, at least in modern times. If you're growing up in a 21st century Western democracy, you're taught science so young that science becomes your sense-making paradigm now. It's no longer just a means to do some experiment. It really is how you make sense of all of reality and even your own self. What are you as a self? See, science is supposed to tell you in a certain sense that you're just a brain, or you're just a bunch of neurons or something like that, or you're a bunch of atoms. It's not possible to get rid of the self because you are the self. The self is absolute. The self is true, and the self is God. Rationalism assumed that there was an objective reality outside of the self, and this turns out to be a false assumption that they never questioned and tested. And holding on to that assumption turns out to be irrational. Rationalism seeks to eliminate introspective consciousness from truth-seeking, which is impossible because consciousness turns out to be truth itself. We talked about this before, where rationalism wants to have some kind of mechanical process for finding all the truth. And this just turns out to be not how reality works. That assumes that reality is a clockwork machine, which it turns out that it's not. It's a mind, an infinite mind. The next major problem with rationalism is that it fails at self-reflection. And self-reflection is pivotal for sense-making, for proper sense-making. It's not enough to just go out there and to study the external world in order to make sense of it. Actually, what has to happen is that first you have to turn inwards, very deeply inwards, and you have to study your own mind and your own self and how everything works inside of you. Because, of course, how you understand the external world depends upon the filter of your own self and mind, which the world is being filtered through. And so any kind of errors in your own thinking process or understanding of yourself is going to corrupt your understanding of the external world, which is what's happening with scientists. See, scientists think that, well, I can just go out there and do my science. I don't need to worry about mastering my own mind. I don't need to worry about meditation and yoga or deep psychology or issues of self-deception and philosophy and issues of the self and issues of the ego. It's like I can just set all that aside and just go into the laboratory and do my science. And that turns out to work to a certain degree within a certain narrow, frame of certain problems. Like if you're studying chemistry, that can work. But eventually, if you're trying to understand everything, that entire enterprise is going to falter, because it's fundamentally missing the most important aspect of understanding reality, which is understanding yourself. You are reality, the universe, mind trying to understand itself. So you can't get rid of this internal process. And science is merely a subset of this. Science doesn't understand that it's a subset of this much larger thing, which is sense-making or understanding, with a capital U, so to speak, which needs to include understanding of yourself. Rationalism wants to eliminate the self and its subjectivity because it's too nebulous and it's unquantifiable. But when you do that, that cripples your self-reflective ability. And so you're not able to get a deep enough self-reflection in order to truly grasp what the self is, and by extension, what the universe is, because the universe is the self. You can't self-reflect deeply enough if you believe that the self isn't important or isn't real or isn't scientific or isn't quantifiable or isn't objective. So science is a shallow form of self-reflection, and mysticism is just a profound form of self-reflection. When science focuses all of its energy externally, mysticism turns that awareness inside of itself internally to understand the self, and then by extension, everything external as well gets understood in that process. Science denies the deep self-reflections of mysticism because it's not objective and it cannot be made into a scientific consensus. See, this is the problem. Scientists want other scientists to be able to validate the work and to agree with you. But the very nature of going inside of yourself and reflecting on yourself and figuring out what you are, the truth of your true nature of what you are, this is a lonely, solipsistic activity. Nobody else can help you. Nobody else can tell you what you are. You have to figure it out for yourself. And that's just antithetical to how science works, because science expects you to be able to meet with your colleagues and to have a discussion and to write a research paper and then have peer review on that paper and then to publish it in a journal and to have others agree with it and build a social consensus. This includes the social domain. But first you have to, if you're serious about understanding reality, first you have to wonder, what is the social domain? Is it even real or true at all? And to figure that out, first you have to go internal inside yourself and figure out what you are. Once you understand what you are very deeply, then you can get insight into what the social domain really is. And you can't understand what you are through the social domain. No scientist can tell you what you are. You can't read in a textbook what you are. There's no science experiment that will tell you what you are. Rationalism cannot handle the self-reference problem, which means, see, any system that's trying to explain reality ultimately is going to come face to face with the self-reference problem, because the system has to be able to explain its own origin or its own existence. For example, science, eventually, it studies animals and creatures and planets and stuff out there in the world. But eventually science has to ask itself, but wait a minute, what am I? What am I? Science. What is science? Where did science come from? How can science work at all? What makes science possible? And science is not able to close that circle, to introspect inside of its own foundations. If it tries to do that, it will run into contradictions and incoherence. Because science is a finite system, a finite symbolic system trying to understand itself, but it can't reach underneath itself to sort of grasp itself in the same way that a hand cannot grasp itself. Because really science is just the tip of an infinite iceberg, which is the entire universe. But that can't be understood symbolically. If you insist on just staying in the symbolic domain of equations and numbers and calculations and quantifiable stuff, see, you can't use calculations to self-reflect deeply enough to realize that you're the entire universe trying to understand itself. No calculation, no mathematical formula can demonstrate that to you. That requires using the entire intelligence of the whole universe to see that within yourself. That's the depth of the self-reflection that's necessary. So obviously that's not going to happen through mathematics, and it's not going to happen through the English language, and it's not going to happen through equations and scientific research papers, right? That is just, it's such a shallow medium for the depth of what we're talking about here. And science and rationalism isn't even interested in introspecting about itself deeply enough, right? It doesn't even occur to the rationalist to really question what rationality is, where it comes from. Because if they did, it would all fall apart for them, right? They would start to question all of these topics that I've been talking about for the last 10 hours in this series. They would start to question this, that they would start to see all of these double standards and biases and incoherence within their own paradigm, and it would all fall apart. So they don't want to reflect that deeply. They have defense mechanisms against doing so. So rationalism fails at fully questioning itself, because if it did, then it would realize its own circularity, its own closedness, its own biases, its own incoherence, and it would deconstruct itself. Rationalism tries to use rationality to justify itself, which ends up being question-begging and ultimately incoherent. And it becomes a paradigm lock. Go see my episode called How Paradigms Work, where we discuss what paradigm lock is and how that works. It doesn't recognize itself as one out of many paradigms. It doesn't really understand what a paradigm is and the significance of it. Rationalism doesn't recognize itself as a human construct. See, if it's self-reflected deeply enough, it would see that it's a construct and that it's filled with human bias. Rationality cannot account for its own existence and validity, because rationality is a finite aspect of infinity. In order to account for any system to account for its own existence, it would need to recognize that it's an aspect of infinity, which science isn't doing currently, and rationality isn't currently doing. Rationality cannot answer the question, what is rationality? Which is kind of ironic and paradoxical. And it cannot answer the question of what makes rationality true. To answer that question, you would need to know what truth is, which no rationalist knows. The only way to know what truth is by deeply introspecting inside of yourself, beyond the symbolic terrain. It does not have enough self-awareness to recognize itself as mystical. As we mentioned in part 2 of this series, the mind and the thinking process is all mystical. Insight is mystical. Rationality is mystical. But since it's not doing enough self-reflection, it's not able to realize that about itself. It doesn't see itself as mystical because it has this materialist paradigm that is contextualizing as something material, not mystical. As a rationalist, the key thing you need to realize is that your own internal process of mind is not formal, it's not rigorous, and it's not really rational. Your entire experience of life is mystical, but rationalism fails to recognize this because of the self-reflection problem. And how do you solve that? Do you solve that by doing more logic, by doubling down on science, by doubling down on rationality, by being extra rigorous, extra mathematical? Obviously not, because that's just more of the same. You need something different. So what we're seeing is that the problems that existed with fundamentalist religion, mankind has lived with those problems for thousands of years. Then eventually those problems kind of grew old and tired, and we saw through those problems, all the problems of fundamentalism. That's pretty obvious to the rational mind what those are. And so we upgraded our paradigm from the fundamentalist pre-rational paradigm to the scientific rationalist paradigm. And then we've been operating on this paradigm for the last 500 years or so. At least the most advanced humans, the scientists, have been operating on that paradigm. And now we've reached the point in the 21st century, after 500 years of science, we've reached the point where we're starting to reach the limits of science, of what science can understand about the universe. Now, of course, you can still do a lot of very technical, nitty-gritty science about kind of simple, factual stuff about the universe. You can still do a lot of that. I'm not saying that's done. But we've started to exhaust the scientific paradigm, and now a possibility for a new paradigm is opening up, which is what I'm presenting. But people who are stuck in the old paradigm, they're stuck in it in the same way that fundamentalists are stuck in the fundamentalist paradigm and they don't want to let it go. They can't see outside of it. So the same thing is happening within academia with scientists. So really, the problem we have of taking a fundamentalist out of his fundamentalism and into scientific rationality is exactly the same problem that we have of taking a rational science, skeptical scientist, atheist, and then upgrading his paradigm into the post-rational, mystical paradigm that I'm proposing. It's the exact same psychological defense mechanisms that are at work there, and similar kinds of blind spots. The same kind of rationalizations that the fundamentalist uses to be stuck is the same kind of rationalizations that the rationalist uses to also be stuck, even though the content is different, right? And the rationalist gets lost in focusing on the content and not seeing the structural similarities, which I discussed that difference between content and structure in my episode called Content versus Structure. So what happens when rationality becomes self-aware and goes meta on itself? It clearly sees and accepts its own limits. It clearly sees itself as one limited worldview out of many. It clearly sees its own incoherence and contradictions and biases. And it sees itself as a subset of larger consciousness. See, so what I'm proposing here is that if you're a rationalist, you start to reflect inwards and you start to really question your own rationality and you wonder, what is rationality anyways? And you get very skeptical about it. And you get very skeptical about science. Like, what is science anyway? What makes science true? How do I even know science is true? And you start to question and question and question, and you probe deeper and deeper into these things. And as you do that, you start to discover inconsistencies. And eventually it'll all fall apart for you. And you will start to realize all these things that I'm outlining for you, all these different problems. The lack of holism, the lack of self-reflective ability, the various kinds of defense mechanisms that scientists have, the various kinds of groupthink and conformity that you find in academia and universities, the kind of denial that these people are in, their lack of understanding of spiritual experiences, of mystical experiences, of psychedelic states. So you're going to start to see all of this. And then at some point, it's going to become so patently obvious to you that this entire time, this whole academic system and way of thinking, this whole STEM education system was just a silly paradigm in the same way that Islam is a silly paradigm. And that your mind is capable of so much better, so much more, such deeper ways of thinking and understanding reality. So in a sense, you're turning rationality in on itself. You're taking rational skepticism and you're applying it to itself. And that leads to some very interesting kinds of strange loops. Notice that this entire 10-hour discussion about rationalism itself is not a fact that you find in the world, and it is not reducible to atoms, neurons, computation, or logic. These insights that I've been sharing with you, how do you have these kinds of insights? You don't read these things from a textbook, and you don't find them in a laboratory. They're not facts out there in the world. You're not going to find it in the atomic realm. Physics won't tell you this stuff. And yet, what I'm talking about here is more fundamental and important than physics. Do you see? Because if the things that I'm saying are true, this changes what physics is and what it means and how it works. You can no longer take this naive notion of like, well, reality is just all physics at the end, right? At the bottom, it's all just atoms. And all we got to do is just understand the atoms. And once we figure that out, then we kind of have everything figured out. And now what I'm telling you is that no, what's really fundamental is you figuring out how your thinking process works. Because depending on how your thinking process works will affect, of course, physics. Because physics is what? It's just a part of your thinking process. The very notion that everything is atoms, that's your thinking process, you see? Without these insights that I've been sharing with you for the last 10 hours, without this understanding, rationality becomes a self-deception. There's no way to get this understanding that I'm sharing with you from inside of rationalism or any formal system. It only comes from outside. I got these insights from outside of these systems, from outside of science. If I was just sticking to strict, rigorous science, I couldn't have all this depth of understanding about the very method of science, the very method of the mind that the scientist uses. To understand the scientific mind requires going beyond science, beyond scientific method. Now, when I say that, the scientific mind recoils and says, well, then that means it's not scientific. Yeah, of course it's not scientific, because the point we're trying to make is that reality is more than scientific. In the same way that if I was criticizing a Christian's worldview and trying to deconstruct it, and then the Christian said, well, but Leo, your criticism of my Christianity is not Christian. Yes, of course it's not Christian. That's the point. I offered you insight that came from a transhuman mind, unbounded by rationality. That's why it's so powerful. That's why it extends your understanding of what rationality is. That's why it's more intelligent than rationalism. So that sort of concludes our list of all the problems with rationalism. And now let's do a little bit of a recap of sort of like, let's tie stuff together here as we're coming towards our ultimate conclusion of this series. Let's recap the situation that we find ourselves in. Mind and world cannot be distinguished from each other because they're one. Consciousness is fluid and it blends. Subjectivity is inherent to reality. You, the subject, cannot be eliminated from this inquiry. Understanding cannot be mechanized nor objectified because all understanding happens inside of you, the subject. Understanding the parts is not enough to understand the whole. You need to care about understanding the whole. You need to take holism very seriously. You need to take epistemic responsibility for it, for understanding the whole. Qualities cannot be reduced to quantities. Understanding is irreducibly qualitative. Truth cannot be distinguished from falsehood without intelligence. Intelligence is not mechanical, it's alive. Mind constructs reality. Others cannot be used to define objective truth because all sovereignty comes back to you ultimately, because you are the source of all truth and all sovereignty. Ultimately, for others to be real, you must say that they're real. You must hold that they're real. If you don't say others are real, then you can't use them to validate anything. So you must be the one that determines whether others are real or not. This is a property of unity. Reality is fundamentally relativistic, groundless, and perspectival. And you need to be able to take radically diverse perspectives without getting stuck into any one of them. And science is just one of those perspectives. And so is atheism, and so is rationalism, and so forth. Insight is not mechanical, it's mystical. Mind, all of mind, is actually a mystical phenomenon at all times. Being cannot be reduced to concepts. Truth is not a concept. Thinking is subordinate to being and to consciousness. Symbolic consciousness, which includes all of science, which is all conceptual and linguistic, is a tiny subset of reality and consciousness. Things exist beyond human comprehension and analysis. Truth isn't limited to rationality or proof. Truth is infinite. The highest intelligence is divine, and divine inspiration is not optional, but it's necessary for the highest levels of intelligence. So that summarizes sort of, that's the picture of the world that you need to start to really make deep sense of the world and to start to see the problems with science and with rationality and then to go beyond it. Now let's handle some objections. First objection is, but Leo, science doesn't deal with all this soft stuff that you're talking about. It only deals with the hard stuff. The answer to that objection is that you can't have a distinction between the hard stuff and the soft stuff. You yourself, as a strict rationalist and scientist, can't define what is soft and what is hard. If you try to do it, you'll see that you'll fail. There is no such definition. Next objection. But Leo, so what? Ultimately, rationalism works in practice for me in my technical work. I'm a scientist working at some university, and I'm having success in my career. I'm doing my narrow research, and I'm getting results, and it's working. We're building technology. We're earning money. Students are getting educated. So what's the problem? The problem is that you have a very myopic view of what it means to understand reality. See, if all you care about is just succeeding within the university system, yeah, you can do that using rationalism because that's the system you're working in. But what I really care about is understanding reality, which is different from what you're doing in a university. And so the problem is that your thinking lacks holism. See, I'm concerned for understanding the entire whole. I'm taking epistemic responsibility for understanding everything, including myself, and science and rationality and universities and humankind and aliens out there, whatever else is out there. I'm taking responsibility for understanding all of it. And you're only taking responsibility for your little, tiny corner of the university. And that's going to limit your ability to understand reality. Now you might say, well, Leo, I don't care. It's good enough for me. I don't want to be arrogant to think that I can understand everything. I'm happy with just understanding, my organic chemistry or something like that, or quantum mechanics. As long as I can understand that, that's good enough. See, again, that's the myopia, because you think that you can understand quantum mechanics by just narrowly focusing on quantum mechanics. But what you'll discover is that you'll get stuck, which is exactly the situation that quantum mechanics finds itself in today. It's stuck. It's stuck, unable to reconcile quantum mechanics with general relativity, the micro with the macro scale. Still doesn't have good explanations of gravity and time and energy and matter. These things are still completely unexplained. And so what you end up is you end up with this kind of very technical, narrow form of science, which doesn't really satisfy this spirit. It doesn't really satisfy you in terms of you still don't understand what the hell is going on. You still don't have an explanation for consciousness. You still don't have an explanation for all the quantum weirdness that is going on at the micro scale. And you tell yourself, well, Leo, we'll figure it out. We just need some more time to do more science. No, you're starting to see the fundamental limitations of the paradigm that you're using. This current paradigm has already started to run thin, which is why science is stagnating and why the quality of research in science is degrading more and more. And less and less fundamental breakthroughs are being made these days compared to the 20th century, because the paradigm has become your problem. And since everything is interconnected, you need to be able to interconnect everything. You can't just focus on quantum mechanics or your little field, right? What you've done is you've taken sense-making, this very profound thing of sense-making, of making sense of the entire universe. You've taken that and you've narrowed it down to some sort of little technical professional activity. And you've gotten lost in that. You've actually literally lost your soul, because your soul wants to understand the totality of the universe. It doesn't want to understand quantum mechanics, ultimately. Why do you even care about quantum mechanics? It's irrelevant. If you could understand the entire universe, that would be satisfying to you. You would really have a true answer. Because you could keep burrowing down into the micro scale forever, and you're not going to get a satisfying answer at the bottom of any of that, at the way you're going. And what you really crave is that satisfying answer. However, your colleagues in your culture and your university system has beaten that out of you. Your PhD advisors, they've told you that it's not possible. It's not possible to understand the whole universe. That's too ambitious. It's too grandiose. It's too narcissistic. It's too arrogant. But how would you know if you've never even seriously tried? I claim that it's possible. Others along the same lines claim that it's possible. I'm not the only one who's done it. Others have done it too. You can do it. You just have to be a little bit more open-minded, and you have to question some of your own assumptions and the system that you're a part of, the social system that is feeding you these bad ideas, that it's impossible, or that it's arrogant, or that it's woo, or it's unscientific. You have to question that, and you have to be open to that. And you have to be more holistic in your thinking. You can't just be this little professional hack that you have been trained to be in a university. Next objection. But Leo, all you're saying here ultimately is that there's no absolute truths, which is something that we all understand as scientists already. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there is an absolute truth, and you're not conscious of it. Science is not conscious of it. Rationalists aren't conscious of it. Atheists aren't conscious of it. Next objection. But Leo, science doesn't pretend to have the truth. It's all just tentative, and it's just like the best that we can do. That's all that science can aspire to be, is just kind of like the best. Of course, science doesn't claim to be perfect. We make mistakes, and we don't claim to understand everything, but it's the best we can do. But I'm saying that your mind can do so much more than what you think it can do with science. You're artificially limiting yourself. You can understand crazy deep aspects of the universe which you will never understand in a university. That's what you're missing. All that requires is you to open your mind a little bit more. That's it. In the end, you can reduce everything I'm talking about for the last 10 hours to just open your fucking mind more. It's really that simple. I have to spend 10 hours just to get your mind to open an inch. Next objection. But Leo, isn't this just postmodernism? No, my critique transcends postmodernism. We're talking about existential issues here. There are certain aspects of postmodernism that come into play here and that, coincide and parallel what I'm saying, but I'm saying much, much deeper things than postmodernism comprehends. If you think that what I'm talking about here is postmodernism, you fail to understand this communication. If you really want to understand what postmodernism is, I have a series called The Ultimate Guide to Postmodernism. Go check that out, which goes deep into postmodernism, and you can see what that really is and how it sort of parallels certain aspects that I'm saying here, but also how different it is from what I'm talking about here. Another objection, but Leo, what are you ultimately trying to say here? Like, ultimately, when it comes down to it, like, what is the rationalist really missing? Love. You're missing love. Love is more real than atoms, more real than science, more real than atheism, more real than logic, more real than math, and you're missing it. In the end, all I'm trying to do is just to rationally explain to you in your own language, within your own paradigm. I'm trying to rationally explain to you the limitations of rationality just so that your mind can open to love. Because otherwise, if I don't do that, you're going to take love as some kind of woo, new age nonsense. Another objection. But Leo, you criticize rationalism and science, but you use technology that was built with rationalism. So aren't you a hypocrite? The technology that mankind has built, all of it, has come from mystical insight that the human mind has been having because it's connected to a universal intelligence. And that universal intelligence is what makes mathematics work, is what makes logic work, is what makes science work. So on a shallow level, you look at technology and you say, oh, how wonderful, all this technology given to us by science. But then you have to look at a level deeper and you say, but what gave us science? It's your mind's ability to understand reality. It's consciousness's ability to understand itself that gave you science. And the scientist isn't even self-aware enough to see that about himself. What we're really talking about here is intelligence. What gave you science is intelligence, and I'm talking about how to get an even deeper level of intelligence. So no, I'm not a hypocrite. I understand that science is necessary for building technology, but science can only get us so far, right? Every paradigm gets us to a certain level, and then it starts to max out. And then you need a new paradigm. And then that you can run with that for 5, 10 years, for 100 years as a civilization, and then that maxes out, and then you need a new paradigm. And so this is always happening. This has been happening throughout human civilization, right? And so you should not expect your paradigm to last forever. It's going to exhaust itself, and then you need to switch to something new. And so that's the situation that we find ourselves in today. Science has gone through 500 years and now is starting to run its course. Next objection. But Leo, so what? Everything you're saying here is so obvious. Everyone already knows this. Every scientist knows what you're talking about. Watch out. This is a very dangerous idea here. The things I'm talking about, nobody knows about. I'm talking about immortality. I'm talking about understanding that death is imaginary. Nobody knows this. No scientist understands this. Nobody at Harvard understands this. I'm talking about love and beauty as an absolute. No scientist understands this. I'm talking about cognition beyond human. I'm talking about space and time as imaginary. I'm talking about others as being imaginary. I'm talking about the entire universe as being imaginary. No scientist understands this. So don't fool yourself. These are very advanced things. It takes decades to understand these things. A lifetime, really. Most people won't understand the things I'm talking about in their life. I'm talking about that nothing exists but God. Who understands that? What scientist understands that? I can't even have these communications with them because they're so close-minded and so ignorant. And you're trying to claim that they already understand this. They don't understand it enough to even have a conversation with me intelligently. Next objection. But Leo, aren't you just trying to smuggle God into science? Isn't this just all some sort of elaborate scheme you invented because you believe in God and you somehow need to, square it with science because you also don't want to deny science. And so you're just kind of you're almost like a fundamentalist, Leo, but you're trying to use some sort of mental trickery to kind of trick us into believing that, the fundamentalism can be squared with science. Isn't that what you're really doing? Isn't that your ulterior motive here? See, you have to be very careful about these kind of ulterior motives that you're assuming that I have or anybody has that you're communicating with. Because how do you know what my true motives are? Your mind could be playing a trick on you, telling you that I have some sort of ulterior motive to trying to trick you into believing some nonsense. When I'm talking about God, I'm not talking about any belief system. It's nothing I believe. And I'm not asking you to believe anything. Right? So when I say God and you think that's a belief, you're misunderstanding what I'm communicating to you. What we're after is an understanding of existence itself, the entire universe. What is it? What is consciousness? And that turns out to be God. It's not about sneaking God in there. It's not because I like God and I'm clinging to God, or that I have an emotional attachment to God, or I need God to be true. I don't care. If God didn't exist, I wouldn't care at all. I have no attachment to it. If I found out tomorrow there was no God, I wouldn't care. I'd be happy. It doesn't matter to me what the truth is. Whether God exists or Satan instead of God, I literally wouldn't care. All I care about is that it's true. Or if atheism turned out to be true, I would be happy with that. It doesn't matter to me. I'm not attached to these things at all. This is a kind of level of detachment that most human beings don't even comprehend, because even scientists don't have this level of detachment because they're attached to science. So it's hard to even communicate that one could be this detached about truth, right? I literally don't care what the truth is. I don't care. It's kind of funny because you might say, well, Leo, but throughout this whole series, all of these criticisms of rationalism, ironically, they're so rational. How can you use so much rational thinking and logic to deconstruct rationality? Isn't that like a contradiction? Well, here's the twist of this whole series. It's that my criticism of scientists and rationalists is not that they're too rational. It's that they're not rational enough. They're abusing rationality. What they call rational is not truly rational. What's truly rational is what I'm talking about. Actualize.org as a body of work is truly rational. As it turns out, finite rationality, human forms of rationality, are very limited renditions of rationality that are ultimately incoherent and irrational, and that mysticism is the true rationality. That's a counterintuitive conclusion that the scientist doesn't expect. True rationality is God. All other rationalities are false. If your rationality leads to the conclusion that God doesn't exist, it's false. It's irrational by definition, because it's incoherent, because you're God. It's irrational to be God denying that you're God. Anything that denies God must be irrational, because God is truth. And what can rationality be other than alignment with truth? Rationalism is so difficult to deconstruct because it's so technical. And most people don't have the rigor, the sort of academic rigor that is necessary to deconstruct it. There are many romantics and New Agers and woo type of people and mystical sort of people who have experiences of God and who have mystical experiences and so forth. And they know that rationality is very limited, but they don't have the intellectual architecture, which you really only get by going to university and studying analytical philosophy and studying science and these kind of technical fields, the STEM fields and so forth. They don't have that kind of intellectual rigor to be able to do this kind of deconstruction that I've done for you here. And so that's why this is very rare, because see, the people who would be able to do this kind of deconstruction, they are so bought into the system and they are so co-opted by the STEM system, by the academic system. These would be academics. They're so bought into it, they're so loyal to it, they're so paradigm locked inside of it that they don't have enough balls to deconstruct it because it would destroy their career. So I am in a unique sort of situation where I have that kind of technical rigor to be able to deconstruct this stuff because I've studied philosophy in university, and I've been interested in science my whole life, and I've studied that pretty deeply, and I've thought about these issues for decades and decades. So I have that kind of technical rigor, but then I also have one foot in the mystical domain where the New Agers live too. I have that, and so I'm kind of providing a synthesis of that together, which is rare. Usually you get people in one camp or the other camp, and then they can't communicate with each other. You get some kind of, mystical New Age person, hippie, and then you get some sort of, Harvard autistic science nerd, and then you put them in a room and they can't communicate with each other. And the hippie can't explain to the science nerd how God can be real and, can be compatible with hard science. And then the hard scientist, he doesn't have enough mystical intelligence to be able to see that there's something beyond the hard sciences. And he doesn't have enough, he doesn't have enough objectivity to deconstruct science because he's within it. And he's beholden to it, and there's a conflict of interest there. And so it's a rare kind of mind that is able to bring the sort of left hemisphere and right hemisphere together, the mystical and the scientific together. But that's exactly what's needed right now in this era that we live in, because we have this division between the New Age and the scientific, as though these are two separate and incompatible things, in the same way that we have this division between religion and science, as though they're two separate things, when they're not at all. And they never were. This is a very recent phenomenon. This division between science and religion is only 100 years old, really, because all scientists were God-fearing Christians and whatever for hundreds of years until then, and thousands of years. I just want to emphasize the point that rationalism isn't just wrong in technical detail. I've outlined some of the technical points of why it's wrong, but ultimately, none of these individual technical points are by themselves that important or conclusive. You need to see that rationalism is wrong in principle. It's paradigmatically wrong. It's not just wrong in some little technical details. It's wrong in the most fundamental ways that you could be wrong about reality. Why does all of this matter? Because rationalism is the intellectual framework of spiral dynamic stage orange, the STEM fields, academia, technocracy, capitalism. It's the framework that runs Western civilization. It feeds into culture. We have a culture of materialism. This is what our children are being taught in schools, whether explicitly or implicitly, when they're being taught science and history and all of that. And this rationalist paradigm makes the mind sclerotic. It leads to corrupt, sociopathic, autistic humans disconnected from spirit, from love, from God, from truth. It corrupts philosophy. It corrupts academia. It corrupts science. It corrupts the mind. It corrupts intelligence and understanding. It reduces intelligence to something mechanical like IQ or to AI. It reduces mind to a mechanism. It demystifies the world. It robs reality of its spirit and soul. It leads to profound closed-mindedness and pig-headedness and arrogance that you find in these kind of scientific debating type of people like Richard Dawkins. It leads to a lack of holism, which leads to social sicknesses and diseases and disorders, disconnection from spirit, from consciousness, from love. Ultimately, making mankind healthy requires transcending rationalism. Rationalism isn't just a problem for science, it also literally makes mankind sick and dysfunctional and unloving towards each other. As we move towards this dystopian technocracy and oligarchy that is going to lead to political problems and social upheaval. All of this stuff is tied together in very subtle ways that most people don't see. This topic is important because it's the missing piece that unlocks tier 2, spiral dynamics tier 2 levels of development. It's important because it leads to a denial of God, love, truth, goodness, beauty, and consciousness. All the best parts of reality are denied by rationalism. That's perverse and sick and wrong. The beauty, the poetry, the artistry, the mystery, the vision, and the spirit of mind are lost under this paradigm. Rationalism makes academia blind to its own corruption. Academia is failing at a deep self-reflection, which is why they don't know God, love, and truth. The deconstruction of rationalism is necessary to understand consciousness, to jailbreak your mind, not just to reach awakening, but to reach even deeper levels and new kinds of awakening that I've discovered that I'm excited to share with you in the future, that we're building up towards. This is an intellectual foundation for that. Because it's necessary to deconstruct rationality in order to transcend Maya. The problem is that no rationalist understands what the mystic understands, and they don't understand that they don't understand that. That's why this topic is important. What the mystic understands cannot be understood from the frame of human sanity. Now you might say, but Leo, how is that useful? And the answer is it's irrelevant, because understanding doesn't need to be useful in order to be valid. Reality transcends utility. But at the same time, even though it transcends utility, also there are many useful aspects, like I just discussed before. We have a lot of sickness and dysfunction and corruption and disease and disorder that is happening from this kind of overly technical, overly mechanical, overly analytical approach to reality. So there are many practical consequences as well, but I don't want to just boil it down to practical consequences, because that does a disservice to the beauty and the profundity of what's being pointed at here and what we're really after. We're after more than just a pleasant life or an improvement in our lifestyle, although we're going to get that too. So we're going to get both. Now I want to make a few points about David Chapman's work. Hopefully, by this point, you've read meta-rationality.com. If you haven't, what are you waiting for? Go read it. If you think that this series of videos is enough to just avoid having to read that website, you're doing a disservice to yourself. You need to go read that website. It'll give you more depth. It'll help you to transcend your rationality towards meta-rationality. But also, I need to point out a few limitations of David Chapman's work. It needs important amendments, which is what I've done in this series. So part of this series was to take David Chapman's work, to introduce you to it, to kind of lay some of the basic foundations that he laid, and then to build a lot of extra on top of it. Because when I was reading his work, I'm like, this work is amazing, but then it's missing important pieces, which I felt like I was in a unique position to fill in. So here are some of those pieces that it's missing. When you're reading through his work, I want you to notice, for those of you who are really deep and who are going to actually read all of his work and really make that investment, this is for you right here. I'm going to point out to you the various kinds of blind spots and limitations in his work, which you can plug in and fill in for yourself by combining his work with my work. So here's that list. His work neglects philosophy and tries to stay too pragmatic. It neglects a lot of ontology and deep issues of epistemology. It neglects things like relativity. It neglects spirituality, consciousness, God, mysticism, and these are very important topics. It neglects holism. It neglects the romantic critique, as he calls it, which is important. It neglects higher levels of cognitive development. He doesn't really talk about levels beyond the post-rational. He doesn't have enough understanding of metaphysics, epistemology, and spirituality, and consciousness, and the intuition to see the full significance of his own work. He understands the significance of his work, but his work is so much more significant than he even understands, which is ironic. And so part of my job is just to point out that significance, to kind of underscore it, and to see how much further it can go, and to build on top of it. Chapman says that his meta-rationality is not concerned with truth or with metaphysics, but just making rationality work. And this is very limited. You want a much bigger ambition for your intellectual work than just making rationality work. and making it more practical and more useful, right? He's coming at it from a perspective of, rationality is not as useful as it can be because it has these blind spots and biases in it. So let's just eliminate those blind spots and biases and make it a little bit more useful. That's good, but we can take it so much, but there's so much more here than just that, right? Chapman doesn't understand what awakening is, and he doesn't incorporate how rationality connects with awakening and how meta-rationality connects with awakening. So that's an important gap that I'm trying to fill here. See, with Actualize.org, we have a much higher ambition, a much higher vision for what we're trying to accomplish with our minds than just some little bit of utility here. Chapman's work is missing critical concepts and connections that I talk about a lot and stress in my work. So for example, you'll be familiar, if you're familiar with my body of work, you'll be familiar with these important concepts. It's missing survival. It's missing non-duality and unity. It's missing ego and self, discussions of those things. See, he needs to incorporate all that into his work, and then it would be a very rich and robust body of work, which currently it's not yet. It's missing developmental psychology, stages of cognitive development, especially the most advanced ones like the unitive and the construct-aware ones. It's missing a discussion of bias. It's missing a discussion of corruption. How does corruption tie in with rationality? It's missing a discussion of self-deception. How does that tie in? It's missing a discussion of sanity and insanity and irrationality. It's missing a discussion of higher states of consciousness and states of consciousness in general and consciousness in general. It's missing a discussion of infinity and how that ties in. It's missing a discussion of the absolute, of requisite variety, of intelligence. What is intelligence in general? What is understanding? How does that tie in with rationality? So see, a lot of these crucial components are missing, which are the gaps that I'm hoping to fill here with my work. David Chapman is a materialist, from what I can understand. If I'm wrong about that, I'm sorry, but that's my reading of it from what I kind of gathered. And as a materialist, he still has a lot of gaps in his thinking about understanding reality at large. His ambitions are much smaller with his work. And he doesn't understand how deep this rabbit hole goes. It's like he's gone a few feet down the rabbit hole and it's amazing, but then the rabbit hole goes infinitely deep. And that's something he still doesn't realize yet. And none of this is to detract from the brilliant work that he's done. He's done some very good work, so I recommend you go to meta-rationality.com, study it for a few weeks, really get into it, read it. It's like a whole online book that you read. And so all that I'm doing is I'm building on top of it. I'm extending it. I'm very grateful for his work because it inspired this whole series. Without his work, I wouldn't have been inspired to do this work right here. And what I'm doing is I'm incorporating his work with mysticism and with the unitive stage, the highest stage in the Susan Cook-Greuter model, and really even beyond that, which I haven't even discussed yet. I will in the future. The power behind Actualize.org is that I don't use formal rationality or rationalism for sense-making. I operate outside of the rationalist institutions and human norms, which would limit my intelligence, and then I couldn't do this kind of work that I'm doing. If you like this work, that's why you like it. It's because it's unique, because it has this unique quality to it. Where does that uniqueness come from? It comes from the higher stages that the mind is able to achieve. It's not something unique to me. It's not my doing. It's not my ego's doing. It's just what's possible. It's what's possible for consciousness to do if you're extremely open-minded and you take understanding reality extremely seriously and you commit yourself to epistemic responsibility and to holism, and you do that for a few decades, then I'm showing you the fruits of what your mind can accomplish. And so one of the things I hope you learn from me is that the highest levels of intelligence cannot be reached formally, which is why you will never have this depth of discussion about reality in a university. Because in a university, it has to be formal. I couldn't do this work in a university. And also, the highest levels of intelligence have to be literally inspired by God. I couldn't do this work from my ego alone. I couldn't just sit down at my desk and logically think all this through and get these kinds of teachings that I'm sharing with you. No atheist, no rationalist has access to the kind of intelligence that I'm able to have access to because their paradigm won't allow it. Their mind is too locked in. And they don't see all the tricks of the ego. Those tricks are keeping their mind locked in. That's the self. That's how the self works. That's the finite self. It keeps you from seeing the infinite self. The unique holism and depth of actualize.org shows you exactly what rationalism is missing. So if you're sitting there wondering, like, Leo, all this fancy abstract philosophy and theorizing, in the end, what does it all come down to? Well, in the end, if you study 100 of my videos or so, you see the depth of my body of work. And you say, wow, that's a pretty amazing and different and unique take on reality. Why isn't this commonplace? Why isn't this taught in schools? Why didn't my professors teach me this? Why didn't I learn this in philosophy class? Why didn't scientists teach me about this? They didn't because they couldn't. Because they're stuck in rationality. My body of work, actualize.org, is a case study. It's an embodiment of meta-rationality. This is what it leads to. It's a little taste of what you get. And the best of my work is yet to come. I have very profound things that I plan to release in the future: books, courses, videos, and so on. Maybe even seminars and workshops. That's also in the plans. So what I wanted to do, and for a long time I've been wanting to explain to you guys in a technical way, I wanted to give you a technical explanation of how the mind can outsmart the world's best scientists and academics. How you can do that too. It's not something that's just limited to me. Anybody can do it if they just care deeply enough about it. The only unique thing about me is that I deeply care about understanding reality. That's it. Right? But see, in this series, now you have a technical explanation of why the world's best scientists and academics can't have the kind of understanding that you get from watching my videos. They really don't. They don't have this understanding because they haven't taken into account all of these limitations of rationalism that now you're conscious of. But it's going to take you quite a bit of work to then embody this stuff in your life, because just because you've heard it from me here does not mean that you've transcended rationalism all of a sudden. Your mind is still stuck and locked into those old habits and paradigms, and it'll take you a decade of development work to seriously transcend that and to embody the things that were taught to you in this series. But at least now you have the intellectual foundation for post-rational cognition. Now you understand what the limits are. Now you understand where your mind is fooling you, where it's going wrong, its blind spots. And even though you're going to be falling into those traps here and there, at least now you're going to be conscious when you fall into those traps. And then over time, you'll improve yourself. I have a dream for you. My dream is that one day you will jailbreak your mind, that you will free your mind from the shackles of rationalism, scientism, materialism, and pragmatism, that you will not only awaken to discover infinite mind, but that you will go even further than that. You will reach extraordinary stages of cognitive development beyond just having an enlightenment or two. You will develop construct awareness. You will realize absolute relativity. You will achieve sovereignty of mind. You will have a truly independent mind, a truly creative mind that can think original thoughts that no human being has ever thought, which can lead to profound new forms of art, new forms of science, new paradigms, new ways of thinking, new ways of doing business, new ways of teaching, new ways of doing education. To unlock and tap into God's intelligence and to channel universal intelligence into whatever work you want to do, whether it's scientific or artistic, or in whichever way you want to lead humans to help mankind to evolve itself. I have a dream that your mind will become a work of art. Just the aesthetics of the kind of mind that you can develop by understanding these concepts that I'm presenting to you. The beauty of it itself is alone enough of a reward to do it. You can become so intelligent that your mind becomes like poetry. You can become so intelligent that your mind will writhe in waves of bliss from the ontological beauty that you're conscious of every day all around you. You can transcend sanity. You can reach crazy new kinds of awakenings. You can understand things that no scientist or academic understands. And you can discover a profound love that you can't even imagine. That's what we're really working towards. And that's why we're talking about this topic in such detail. And that's why it's so important. No formal system has enough creative intelligence or imagination to understand God. God is a live cosmic intelligence and infinite imagination. And of course, obviously, love is trans-rational. Of course. I mean, of course. Of course love is trans-rational. I mean, are you kidding me? One day you'll discover that. Rationality is just one stage that you pass through. You don't want to get stuck in it. I'll leave you with this final saying. The first gulp from the glass of rationality makes you an atheist. But at the bottom of the glass, God is waiting for you. I hope to meet you there. All right, that's it. I'm done here. If you'd like to support me, please check out my website, check out my blog, check out the book list, check out the Life Purpose course. I plan to have more courses in the future. Sign up to my newsletter to get email notifications. I'm not going to spam you, but email notifications if you want to stay up to date with new stuff that I release. Maybe I'll do a workshop in the future. Maybe I'll do a new course in the next year, and then I can notify you of that. I'm going to finish on the final point here, which is that this whole series, these last 3 episodes, was just a setup for a future episode that I plan, which is going to be called something like, What is Understanding? Even after everything we discussed here, you still don't understand what understanding is. And so we're building up towards a profound explanation of what understanding is. And that requires an understanding of post-rational cognition and so forth. So now you have that foundation, and that is an episode I'm working on. I can't promise you a date of when that's coming out, but in the next year it's going to come out, so stay tuned for that. It's going to be a very deep one that I've been working towards for a long, long time. Because it's such a personal one for me. That's really my passion, is understanding. Understanding is, the meta culmination of that. So all of this was ultimately to understand what is understanding. And as you should know by now in my work, the best always comes at the end. And why is that? It's not because I want to hold it back from you, but it's because the best requires a total integration of everything. And to get a total integration of everything, we have to build it all up from the bottom up, which takes time. It takes years. It's taken me a decade to put all the little, cornerstones into place so that we can have this foundation to get to the really juicy stuff which is now, every episode that I'm releasing now is very juicy, life-changing stuff. But it's taken a while to put all these pieces into place, which requires patience. And so I do ask patience of you. I'm releasing work at a slower pace these days, so please be patient. But it's also deeper. And since it's deeper, you could spend months contemplating each one of these episodes, really working it. So what I recommend is, if you're kind of frustrated that, Leo, why aren't you releasing videos every week? You don't need videos every week. You couldn't integrate this content that quickly. So the spaces between my releases these days, take that time to really study this material deeper, to embody it deeper into your own life. Remember, these are not just words that are being said to you. This is not just knowledge. This needs to be embodied. You need to contemplate this for yourself, derive all these principles and insights for yourself from scratch, so to speak, rederive them so that they're yours, so that you own them. And then find ways of starting to embody more and more of it into your life. And then we're working towards a deeper and deeper and more total integration. And that total integration, it comes at the end. So the payoff of this work, the longer you stick with me, the deeper the payoff becomes. There's no gimmickry and there's no shortcuts here. Like, we're doing a multi-decade long process here of understanding reality. And we're doing the most difficult thing that's possible, which is self-understanding, understanding yourself.